I've been searching down Pokemon facts for 5 years now. From hidden cutscenes to the rarest shinies to small, insignificant details that nobody noticed. This is everything I've found so far. I'm going to start this video off with one of the coolest facts on this list, and that is the gift Pokemon in Heart Gold Soul Silver that went undiscovered for over 10 years, until the year 2020, and was only found when Reddit user that goes by Alucard the Guy was attempting to soft lock their game by trapping themselves in Cianwood City, without a Pokemon that knows surf or a way to obtain one. As a soft lock prevention method, there is an NPC in the Cianwood Pokemon Center that gives you a gift tentacle if your game meets those conditions, and it can even be shiny hunted. This is one of the coolest things ever to me, and it makes me wonder what other mysteries still lie in these games even after all these years. If you enter Rock Tunnel in Pokemon Yellow and happen to level up your Pikachu to level 26, where it learns Thunderbolt, you'll be greeted by this interesting animation that plays and lights up the cave temporarily. In Generation 5 of Pokemon, the best generation, when you are on any route in the game, the drums of the music will only play when you are moving. If you're standing still, the drums will completely stop. I actually recorded a little bit of gameplay so you can see. So we all know in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness and Colosseum, there are some interesting changes to shiny forms of some Pokemon. But there's one in particular that I find to be incredibly interesting, and that Pokemon is Vaporeon. Huge shout out to one of my best friends in the community, Mr. Alpha, who's hunted shiny Eevee in this game and told me about this. When you evolve your Eevee into a Vaporeon, it acquires this interesting snowy aura that literally no other Pokemon has in this game or any game since. Although it's not exclusive to just the shiny version, I think it makes the shiny version look incredible. Next fact, Hugh from Pokemon Black and White 2 is the best rival in all of Pokemon. That's totally not my opinion and an irrefutable fact. Okay, maybe that's my opinion, but he's the only rival to punch an evil team member, and that's pretty badass. I mean, come on. The 3 legendary dogs, although not obtainable in Ruby and Sapphire, it's possible they could have planned to have been. The reason for that is there's a rendition for the legendary dog theme present in the game, in the classic Hoenn sound font, and you're listening to it right now. But sadly, it went unused in the final release, and that honestly makes me kind of sad because these are some of my favorite legendary Pokemon ever created. But there's also a few more unused tracks in the game from Johto region, another being Route 38. So maybe the team was just having fun remixing these absolute jammers.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
You probably know about Shucky, the gift Shuckle in the Johto region, but did you know it can't be shiny in Heart Gold Soul Silver, but it can in Gold Silver Crystal? Black and White 2 are the only main series games where your protagonist is canonically older than usual. Following that idea, there's multiple themes in the game targeted for a slightly more mature audience. For example, you can get a romantic partner in Black and White 2, Yancey or Curtis, and if you follow their side quests, you can get some Pokemon traded to you that you otherwise can't find anywhere in the Unova region, such as Ralts, Spiritomb, and Togepi. Pokemon Masters. No, not that one. Pokemon Masters Arena, the PC game. Never played it? Good, don't. It's probably the worst game ever made. It was a crappy kids game, full of the easiest puzzles and minigames that I can promise you couldn't stand to play for more than 10 seconds. Well, in this game, one of the quiz questions is, which one of these Pokemon cannot be found in the Safari Zone? In the image, they are clearly referring to Staryu, as you can get Heracross in Ruby Sapphire Emerald and Pinsir in Fire and Leaf Green. Well, guess what, Pokemon Masters Arena, if that even is your real name? Technically speaking, that is kind of false. In Pokemon Gold and Silver's fabled unreachable Safari Zone, if you glitch inside of it and fish into the water, guess what you can get? Yeah, that's right, Star, you bitch. The Reggies have some of the coolest cryptic puzzles to obtain them in any Pokemon game. But did you know these puzzles were inspired by the hype and craze of the mysterious Mew under the truck fiasco? This next one is incredibly interesting to me. So in Generation 4, things in the game change depending on what day you play the game. Days like director Junichi Masuda's birthday increase the rate which eggs will hatch by a whopping 10%. And important dates like holidays such as Christmas Eve, Independence Day, Veterans Day, and many, many more all increase the rate in which you encounter wild Pokemon by 5%. While days that world tragedies occurred, the encounter rate decreases by 10%. Although this is a seemingly meaningless change, this feature is one of those things that adds a certain kind of magic and care to the older Pokemon games that I wish was still carried in the series. When you're making curry in Pokemon Sword and Shield, there's a chance a Pokemon will wander into your camp for you to obtain, and they can even be shiny. Did you know that Ken Sugimori, the man who drew all the official art for literally every single Pokemon, also created the Pokemon logo? This dude's art is incredibly iconic. I bet his only regret is drawing this guy. I bet you didn't know that Pokemon came out with a typing game for the Nintendo DS that came with a keyboard to connect to your DS. The game was called Pokemon Typing Adventure, and the soundtrack was actually so good. You're actually listening to one of the songs off it right now. Did you know there are berries in the main series Pokemon games that are exclusive to Japan? In Generation 3, there were 12 berries distributed by the e-reader cards. If you were to theoretically obtain an e-reader card and an e-reader and transfer one of the berries up to Generation 5 or beyond, they would become the mysterious Enigma Berry, which if held by a Pokemon has the following effects. When a Pokemon holds an Enigma Berry and is hit by a super effective move, it will recover 1/4 of its HP. Some of you might know that Sword and Shield's shiny hunting method is actually broken and you do not get the right amount of boosted shiny odds after 500 KOs. But that's not the first time something like this has happened, even in the main series Pokemon games. In Pokemon Emerald, there's a coding error that makes the game behave as if it has a dead save battery, meaning you can't soft reset for a shiny Pokemon. Because instead of generating new frames, every time you soft reset or just boot up your game, Emerald always puts you back to frame 0. So unless you got pretty lucky and there's a shiny frame in your first 100 frames, soft resetting for a shiny is useless. If you want to know more about this and some ways to get around it, LJ, Shiny Collector, has some great videos about it, link in description. There is a very interesting item only present in Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, only found in Cerulean Cave called the Berserk Gene, that raises your Pokemon's attack by 2 stages, but also confuses you, kind of like using the move Swagger on yourself. This is probably a reference to a popular theory about the famous Berserker mushrooms that Vikings would eat to enter a dissociative trance-like state and battle non-stop. Kind of a dark thing to bring to a Pokemon game. The touch boxes in Diamond and Pearl on Nintendo DS were created to be larger so you could touch them with your fingers. Some staff originally did not like this idea because they thought the DS would get dirty with gamer gunk. In March of 2005, a Pokemon theme park opened in Nagoya, Aichi, Japan, called Pokepark, complete with bumper cars, Ferris wheels, trains, and all assortments of rides. But most interestingly is you could also receive exclusive gift Pokemon. You could bring your Game Boy Advance and connect to machines that distributed the Pokemon via an egg. And they weren't any random Pokemon either. Although not legendary, they possessed special moves that otherwise these Pokemon would never be able to learn, such as Tailo with Feather Dance, a Pichu with Follow Me, and an Igglybuff with Tickle. Sadly, Pokepark shut down only 4 months after opening in September of that same year, but one very intriguing possibility remains. Because of the way these gift Pokemon were received, via egg, the Pokemon values such as nature, gender, and IVs were different each time, meaning that they could be shiny. And I'd like to think that at the very least, just one kid during these few months received a shiny gift Pokemon. And if this were the case, and for example someone hatched a shiny Tailo from the event, because of the small window of time these were available and the multitude of Pokemon distributed by the event, it would most likely be the only shiny Tailo in the entire world that knows Feather Dance legitimately. And I think that's pretty cool. In the year 2000, a virtual pet Pokemon device was released in the US, called the Pokemon Pikachu GS. It was a little device that tracked your steps and allowed you to send items to Pokemon Gold and Silver. But about a year later, when the game Animal Crossing released for the GameCube, the Pokemon Pikachu GS made it into the game as a possible item for your villagers to request. A pretty awesome Easter egg. Sadly, you can't obtain it yourself though. On November 1st, 2015, a discovery was made in Pokemon Red and Blue that changed speedrunning that category forever. By walking over to the bike shop in Cerulean City and talking to the teller and pressing B right as the teller says, "It's a cool bike, do you want it?" it will activate instant text, meaning every time you talk to an NPC, even in battle, your text speed will not be any of the usual settings like fast, medium, or slow, but completely instantaneous. They eventually had to create an entire new category in Pokemon Red and Blue speedrunning because it was debatable whether this was defined as a glitch or not. There is one Pokemon in the world that learns a move when it evolves, but is simultaneously incapable of learning that move, and that Pokemon is Meltan. This is because it is coded to learn the move Thunder Punch in any main series game it's in, but it's actually impossible to evolve in any core games. The only way to evolve Meltan is through the use of Pokemon Go, where it isn't even capable of learning Thunder Punch at all. Shiny Pokemon. As soon as you explain shiny Pokemon to somebody who has never heard of them, one of their first questions are, "So are they stronger or what?" In which you say no, it's just a color change. But there is one Pokemon game where random shiny Pokemon, not like scripted legendaries or something, are actually stronger than normal Pokemon. And that game is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon WiiWare. This was a download-only Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game on the Wii, and if you were to find a shiny Pokemon in this game, it will have a 200 belly stat instead of the standard 100, which is actually incredibly useful in this game. The Everstone. The item that if held by a Pokemon always prevents them from evolving. Right? Well, that's not actually true. There is one Pokemon that will completely bypass the Everstone, and that Pokemon is Kadabra. From Generation 4 and beyond, Kadabra will always evolve when traded, even if the Kadabra is holding an Everstone. Originally, people thought this was a glitch, but it's still in the game to this day, so it must be some kind of intended mechanic. There is a trainer named Last Diana in Pokemon Black and White 2, located in a Cumula town, that will ask for an Excadrill as a trade. But what makes her unique is once you trade, she will then battle you, but not with any random Pokemon. She will battle you with your exact Excadrill. It will keep its nickname, gender, and nature, and even retain its shininess if you had happened to trade her a shiny Excadrill. I don't know why you would do that, but adding Last Diana to the incredibly small list of NPC trainers who could possibly battle you with a shiny Pokemon. Shout out to Joe Merrick, the owner of Cerebi, who I originally saw this from on Twitter. In Pokemon Black and White, if you happen to catch a Pokemon in the cold storage area and then trade it to Black 2 or White 2, its status screen will actually say that it was caught in the Pokemon World Tournament. This is due to cold storage and the PWT being at the exact same code point on the locations list between the two games. Would you like to know about the most important item in the entire Pokemon universe? Oh, you do? Well, then I present to you the Brick Piece.
Brick Piece.
Only found in Generation 1 and 2 before images of your items even existed. It is unclear what this magical brick piece even looks like, although we could probably imagine. But if you take this fabled brick piece to a Pokemart and sell it to a lucky vendor, you will get an astounding 25 Pokédollars. Which could buy you absolutely nothing, but if money is no object and you seek to use the brick piece to its fullest potential, you might be a bit disappointed because the brick piece does nothing at all. But I will trade this unbelievably rare brick piece for a fancy smashing of that like and subscribe button, which I would say is a pretty good deal. In March of 2013, an international release of a very underrated 3DS game arrived. This game was called Harmonite. It was a rhythm-based platformer where you hit items to play along with the beat, and well, this title was actually developed by a little-known company known as Game Freak. Yes, that Game Freak. And they actually added 5 bonus Pokemon levels that include remixed and remastered versions of classic Pokemon themes, and they're actually really great, and you're listening to one right now. The pre-released American box art for Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire actually had some interesting changes. It included the "Gotta Catch 'em all" slogan on the box that hasn't appeared in anything for a very long time, and the font of the title was the same as Gold and Silver. It's interesting how these little changes make the box art feel so much older. Let's talk about Pokestar Studios in Pokemon Black and White 2, a very underused feature of these games, which I honestly don't blame anyone for because I never did as a kid either, but I have some interesting quirks about this area that I want to talk about. There's a tile on this tree that you can surf on for some reason, can't do anything with it, but hey, it's there. There's also this interesting quirk when it comes to this star animation that you can put on your Pokemon. I'm not sure what you have to do to get your Pokemon to have this star animation, but it has something to do with the Pokestar movies or whatever, I don't know. But what's actually cool about it, if your Pokemon happens to be shiny and also assigned the star animation, your shiny sparkles will no longer appear, but your Pokemon will still be shiny. If you use the Google Lens app on the cover of Pokemon Sword, you'll get a really cool animation to play that looks like this. Shout out to Reddit user A and the Lobster who made this observation. Venonat and Venomoth. Remember these guys? Well, if you don't, I wouldn't be surprised, because interestingly enough, they haven't appeared in a single regional Pokédex since the Johto region, which doesn't even count because every Gen 1 Pokemon was in Johto. So basically, this beautiful, perfect, stunning little bug hasn't appeared in a regional Pokédex since 1996. 6 generations, no Venonat. Why, Game Freak? We need answers. Venonat is perfect. Put him in the games. Let's talk about my favorite Pokemon of all time, Munchlax. Although Munchlax was a main character in the Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire anime, if I were to ask you what English Pokemon video game Munchlax first appeared in, what would you say? If you said Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, that would be incorrect. But if you said Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, that would also be incorrect. Munchlax's first video game appearance was actually a very prominent character in Pokemon Dash on the DS, and also made an appearance in a very underplayed yet incredibly awful racing game called Pokemon Team Turbo, which, if you're wondering, was made by the same people who did Pokemon Masters Arena. Well, isn't that a surprise? How did they get the Pokemon license and why did they make these games? Let's talk about Mew. Mew represents the pinnacle of rarity in Pokemon. It's part of the reason Pokemon is what it is today, because in the 90s everyone was freaking out trying to figure out how to get the mythical 151st Pokemon. But although Mew was introduced since the very beginning, how would you obtain a Mew right now? Like seriously, how do you get a Mew? Well, let's say our goal is to somehow get a Mew to a main series Pokemon game, and let's take away a few things. Glitches, because it would make it illegitimate, and events because those are time-based, and accessories because you should never have to buy one Pokemon. Now for this hypothetical quest for a Mew, let's say we have every single Pokemon game ever made. Sheesh, must be nice. Every main series game, every spin-off, every weird pinball game, every ancient mobile game, even you, I guess you can come with. So we have every Pokemon game. Now what? Well, can we get it in Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow? No. Gold, Silver, Crystal? Nope. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald? No. Black and White? No. Black and White 2? Nope. X and Y? No. Sun and Moon? No way. Ultra Sun? Just don't. Let's Go Eevee? Not without buying an accessory. Sword and Shield? Nope. Well, if you notice we skipped over one group of games, that's right. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, there's no way I remember playing these games and never finding a Mew. And you'd be right. The way we actually obtain Mew is through a different game entirely called Pokemon Ranch for the Wii. Pokemon Ranch is a digital-only Wii game designed as a hub to transfer your Pokemon to and from Generation 4, and keep them on a ranch, I guess. And on this ranch lies the most important NPC in the history of Mew hunting, Haley. But she won't just give it to you. Oh my god, she won't just give it to you. You're gonna have to get your hands dirty. In order to receive a Mew from Haley, you have to catch 999 Pokemon and transfer them to Pokemon Ranch. Yes, 999. That is double the amount of Pokemon that even existed at the time of this game's release. But then and only then will you receive your precious Mew. and your journey is finally over. Sadly though, if you weren't one of the lucky ones and didn't have Pokemon Ranch downloaded by 2019 when the Wii shop shut down, it is currently impossible to legitimately obtain a Mew aside from purchasing accessories using events or glitches. But hey, maybe I missed something and let me know if I did. I'm gonna kick this off like always with one of the most interesting facts on this list. In Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, the nature of your Pokemon has a very interesting effect that I'm quite positive you have never noticed. As you're well aware, natures raise one stat and lower another on your Pokemon, or don't do anything at all. Well, if you happen to have a nature that is plus or minus your speed stat, it will affect the speed of your Pokeball throwout animation. It's a little hard to tell, but watch closely. The left is a Pokemon with a neutral nature, and the right is a plus speed nature Pokemon. As you can see, the Pokemon with the plus speed nature completes its animation much faster. Shout out to my friend TC Bronzong, who I saw this from on Twitter. By the way, I want to interact with more of my subscribers, so make sure to go follow me on Twitter. Additionally, all the way back in Generation 3, a very similar but hard to notice quirk was added that I bet you didn't catch either. You see, if the Pokemon leading your party is a higher level than the wild Pokemon that spawn in that area, the encounter animation will actually be significantly faster. Here's another side-by-side comparison. If you have dove into the world of obscure Pokemon knowledge, you might know that in Generation 2, the way shiny Pokemon are determined is different than any other generation, in that they're determined by their actual stats and IVs as opposed to hidden IDs like later on. Well, the original shiny formula actually had some interesting effects on some Pokemon. The Pokemon that were directly affected were any Pokemon with an 88:12 male to female gender ratio, such as the Gift Eevee in Goldenrod City and the 3 Johto starters. Due to the way shininess was determined, for whatever reason, the 12% female versions of these Pokemon could not be shiny whatsoever. No matter how many times you reset your game, you will never find a shiny female starter or Eevee in these games. The Safari Zone. The spot where you spend hours trying to catch low percent Pokemon until you give up or find a shiny one, and it flees and you smash your game cartridge. But what if there's an easier way to go about this? Well, if you happen to be in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, then you're in luck. There's actually a very useful glitch with the Pokeblocks mechanic. By putting the exact right combination of Pokeblocks in the feeder and throwing the right colored blocks at your targeted Pokemon, it will make any Mon you want to catch completely unable to flee. I left a link in the description to a guide to this by my friend Shiny Collector. But this isn't the only quirk with Pokeblocks in the same Safari Zone. The way a Pokemon reacts when it is given a Pokeblock will actually display its nature. For instance, a hardy Pokemon will make 3 jumps, growing in height each time, while a careful Pokemon will make 3 small jumps, whereas a docile Pokemon will make no movement at all. In Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, if you happen to take a stroll onto Route 212 on May 1st, you'll be greeted by the only day in the entire game where it will not be raining on that route. Have you ever played Pokemon Puzzle League for the Nintendo 64 and Wii? No? Yeah, me neither. But in this game, there's an unused voice line buried in the files. It contains a recording of one of the developers confessing their love for somebody. This is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen go unused in a Pokemon game, but I gotta admit, it's kinda cute. Check this out.
Emi-chan, itsumo ai shitteru. I love you, Liz.
In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity, the Swanna that runs an inn and cafe makes a now extremely outdated reference to the song Call Me Maybe by Carly Rae Jepsen. One common theme in Pokemon is hiding very obvious nods or Easter eggs just barely out of the player's reach. And while researching this, I found one example that I had never seen before. You may have seen Pattern Bush on the Sevi Islands in Fire Red and Leaf Green that on your first run through you might think is a standard grassy route, but from an aerial view resembles a circuit board. But if you think that's a reach, Then when's the last time you floated above Snow Point City in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum? Because you might think twice about every location you go in when you notice this city is designed to resemble a snowflake. Did you know Pokemon and Naruto might have more in common than you think? The move Double Team is actually based on the same idea as Naruto's Shadow Clone Jutsu. In Japan, Double Team is called Kage Bunshin. If you're a goated sub-watcher, you've heard this term before. You probably remember in the very beginning of almost every single Pokemon game where the professor throws out a Pokemon and introduces you to the world. Well, in Generation 5, the best generation, it is the only generation where the professor throws out a Pokemon, and it has a chance to be shiny. Not just Minccino in Black and White, but even the Cinccino in Black and White 2, meaning this was intended or went unnoticed. In Pokemon Emerald on the Cycling Road, there is an NPC that tells you how fast you cross the bridge down to 1/100th of a second. And I'm sure I wasn't the only one who, when I heard this, instantly got speedrunner brain and wanted to see how fast I could beat the course. Well, good luck, because the world's fastest time is 9.15 seconds. And one day on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/BlueBoyPhin by the way, I tried to tie or beat that record. After perfecting the optimized route, I was able to snag a 9.16, but I found out that getting down to 9.15 has to do with some kind of frame rule thing that I know nothing about, but it was really fun. So if you enjoy a good challenge, dust off that Emerald copy and let me know if you can tie my 9.16. If you take a copy of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon and push them together, you create a picture of Ultra Necrozma. There's an interesting glitch in Sword and Shield regarding Shedinja. If you have a mark or ribbons on your Nincada and then evolve the Pokemon, check Shedinja and it will have none of the ribbons or marks, but interestingly enough, it will keep its title when thrown out in battle as if it still had it. Shout out to Anubis, who I found this from on Twitter. On April 27, 2011, a Pokemon distribution event called the Secret Egg event started that lasted for 1 month. During this month, you could go to any of your local Toys R Us and receive a mystery egg. An egg that could hatch into any of 3 Pokemon, Pidove, Pansage, or Axew. This event was held to correspond with Ash's, Silence, or Iris's Pokemon. But what if you could end up with a slightly different Pokemon? So there's a big trend when it comes to most event Pokemon in that they're usually shiny locked. And they are. You see, most event Pokemon can never sparkle or are advertised as shiny and are already predetermined. It's usually pretty cut and dry what kind of Pokemon you are receiving, especially after they did away with event Pokemon that took you to whole new locations in-game after Generation 4. Also, please bring that back, that was the coolest thing ever. But these Pokemon and a few others are a little bit different. You see, the way shinies are determined in all Pokemon games past Gen 2 is that they have to line up the IDs and personality value of the Pokemon with your own trainer's ID, almost as if there's a secret 1 out of 8,192 match for a Pokemon to be shiny. But these 3 Pokemon were designed to never be able to match your ID as soon as you receive them. So how could they possibly be shiny? Well, let's say we've received an Axew egg from the event, and even though the Pokemon will never match your ID to be shiny, it doesn't mean that it won't match someone else's. Let's say you trade the egg to your friend, we'll call him Gary. Gary has a completely different trainer ID and secret ID than you do, so the lock that was once applied to the Pokemon no longer has any effect. But because we only have 1 of these eggs, it means that Gary has only 1 out of 8,192 odds to match perfectly with this egg and be shiny. And if it isn't, he has to reset to before the egg was hatched and give it to someone else. A completely backward shiny hunt, where the shiny Pokemon itself hunts the trainer. Yes, it's true you could theoretically just start a new game and play through until you can trade and hatch the egg, and if it isn't shiny, you start a new game and on and on and on. But I have a dream of a different approach. The largest scale multi-person shiny hunt. One save file, one hatch, one chance. If you're not the puzzle piece, you pass it on. Until we find the trainer that matches the egg perfectly and it's their rightful shiny Pokemon. You see, here are the Pokemon that I could find that have this effect on them. And here are all the ones that are obtainable today. Almost none. Many of which, including our 3 friends from earlier, have succumbed to the passage of time. But one shines brightly among the rest. Manaphy. You probably have heard of the Pokemon Ranger Manaphy egg, an egg you could trade into Generation 4 after beating the entire game of Pokemon Ranger. One of the most difficult shiny hunts possible, that requires you to do exactly as I explained of starting new save files and trading back and forth. But I'm not here to talk about that, sadly, because the Nintendo DS Wi-Fi service shut down, so a large-scale shiny hunt like I described would be very difficult. But a few months ago, it was announced that as a pre-order bonus for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl would include, you guessed it, the Manaphy egg. And in a few days from the release of this video, we will know once and for all if the egg will behave in the same weird way as before. And if it does, I will personally begin this quest and track down the viewer or subscriber who is the rightful owner of a shiny Manaphy. In Pokemon Emerald, there is a rare candy hidden in Area 6 of the Safari Zone that cannot actually be interacted with if the player tries to pick it up facing from the top or the left. Why? I don't know, but who cares? In Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver, it's possible to get a line of text from Lyra on the Pokegear saying that her Marill evolved into an Azumarill, but when you go check on her, it will still be a Marill. One cool thing I always liked learning about is little things about Pokemon anatomy, and this is one that I thought was pretty rad. The colors on the ends of Magnezone's magnets can actually turn on and off at will, as seen in the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series. Ah, Slowpoke Tail, the forbidden fruit, the tasty treat we were all teased with for generations. And I know if you're as sick in the head as I am, you wondered just for a second how tasty they really are. Well, if you were to hack one into Heart Gold and Soul Silver, it actually can't even be eaten, and is entirely useless and for some reason a key item. In Generation 4, there was a glitch on the GTS which allowed the player to get an item called the Seal Bag, which holds 10 seals, which is basically a way less effective version of the seal case. As you all know, Pokemon finally once again follow you in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and because of the new art style, the big full-scale models from Sword and Shield would not really work in this game. So some of our old Pokemon friends are a little bit smaller. But I know you're all dying to know, so here it is. This is what Wailord would look like if it were full scale. Shadow Lugia is agreed upon as probably one of the coolest Pokemon designs ever. Vanillite is probably agreed upon as one of the worst Pokemon designs ever. Although I like it, but that's a secret between you and me, you don't dare tell a soul. But they were in fact designed by the same person. In Pokemon Black and White, Tepig's sprite seems to have slightly changed in the starter selection screen between some versions of the beta, most notably his leg being a lot skinnier than in the final release. There is one unused move hidden in the files of Generation 6 called the Light of Ruin, which is a 140 base power Fairy-type move that if put into the game would be the strongest Fairy-type move aside from Z-moves. During the bug catching contest in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, if at the end of the contest the player has a full party and their newly captured Pokemon is sent to the PC, it is referred to as Bill's PC, as opposed to someone's PC if the player has not yet met Bill. This video is so stupid, there's no way anyone's gonna watch this. There's a little technical continuity break in Generation 4 during the member card event, where the player falls into a nightmare to go catch Darkrai on New Moon Island. The break is that the underground can actually be accessed at any time from the island, even though technically being asleep during the event. As you're probably aware, it's possible to use Dig to escape from Burn Tower in Heart Gold Soul Silver, but have you ever wondered why? No? Me neither. Well, it's because, for whatever reason, the Burn Tower is classified as a cave area rather than the normal building in the game's code. This is also true for Bell Tower and Sprout Tower as well, and they are the only buildings known to have this effect. It's likely that it was done to allow Pokemon to be able to spawn inside, but unlike other buildings, Burmy will take on its sandy cloak rather than its trash cloak if it battles here. Bonus fact, Sprout Tower was also considered for a Smash Bros. Stage in early development. Okay, I have to admit this next fact is actually incredibly interesting, but I had to at least sneak one good fact into this video. Going into the Sinnoh remakes, I was really hoping to see a 3D rendition of the original Gen 4 Shiny Sparkles, which we all know are the best. But sadly, we did not get that, and the Sparkles are very similar to Sword and Shield's. But there's one key difference that makes these incredibly unique. Unlike every single other Shiny Sparkle we have ever had, these Sparkles are completely random. The Sparkle itself is more like a particle effect that gets expelled from the Pokemon, and will in turn be slightly different every single time you throw your Pokemon out, which I think is insanely cool. Shout out to Anubis on Twitter who discovered this. The move Struggle can only be used when every single one of your move's power points has reached 0. But interestingly enough, the move actually has contest stats, even though Struggle cannot be used in contests since moves don't even take PP when doing them, and it probably only has them so that the game won't crash if somehow tampered with. Several lines of unused text in Pokemon Gold and Silver show that instead of headbutting trees, it was originally planned to be activated with honey, or as it was called originally, sweet honey. There's even lines of text showing you would slather it on the tree like in Generation 4. Speaking of unused text, we all know the horrors of undoubtedly the worst weather condition that was ever put in a Pokemon game, fog, which without the HM would make moves miss half the time. Well, thankfully, it was only limited to the 4th generation of Pokemon, but just barely. While digging in the files of Generation 5, 2 lines of text were recovered that show fog was very close to being a part of the game. There is a weird glitch when importing Farfetch'd or Sirfetch'd into Pokemon Home. They will act as if they have a nickname and cannot be re-nicknamed when put back into Sword and Shield. It seems like this is due to Pokemon Home assigning them the incorrect apostrophe, and this glitch was surprisingly not fixed in the entirety of Pokemon Sword and Shield's life. Champion Diantha actually has the most balanced team of any champion, because each of her 6 party members all have a different highest stat. Hawlucha for speed, Tyrantrum for attack, Auroras for HP, Gourgeist for defense, Goodra for special defense, and Gardevoir for special attack. In Generation 3, the status screen of the move Water Sport has a very weird error. It states that the move has 100% accuracy, even though it targets the field as a whole, so it ignores accuracy and evasion checks. In Heart Gold Soul Silver, Regigigas has the widest overworld sprite of all the Pokemon. In Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver, Nosepass is programmed to learn the move Head Smash through breeding as an egg move, but no other Pokemon in the Mineral group can legitimately learn it to pass it down in these games. It was removed from Nosepass's egg move list in Generation 5, but now in some of the newer games, there's Pokemon who can actually pass it down, and now Nosepass can't even learn it. There is one patch of grass that exists in the Johto region that was only present in Pokemon Crystal, not in Gold and Silver or even Heart Gold or Soul Silver. The spot is right at the upper entrance of the Ruins of Alph, probably to allow the player to catch Pokemon on this route, without traveling the long way around. The levels of the Pokemon were even adjusted to be caught earlier, which makes it even weirder that it was not present in the remade version of this region. And to my knowledge and research, this is the only time something like this has ever happened. Hey, if you're one of my viewers and you live in Australia and happen to own a copy of Pokemon Diamond, go check your box art, because there is actually a very blatant error on it. As we all know, Palkia is the god of space and Dialga is the god of time. But yet on the official PAL insert of Diamond, it reads, "You search for the Pokemon that rules space" in Pokemon Diamond version. Also in Pokemon Diamond, The TM description for the move Rock Tomb for some reason wrongly states that using it can cause the target to flinch. But somehow this isn't even the last issue with Rock Tomb either. When this move is used in a double battle, it appears to attack the Pokemon opposite that the player has chosen, but the damage is actually done to the right Pokemon. For some reason in Pokemon Sun and Moon, Morlul can learn Sunny Day via TM, but Shiinotic can't. What? If I were to ask you what you've been told the shiny odds are in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, I would be surprised if you said anything other than 1 out of 4,096. Since every single main series Pokemon game since X and Y have all had the same fixed number for their shiny odds, and every game before that all shared the same shiny odds of 1 out of 8,192. But believe it or not, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are the first main series games in Pokemon history that this is not actually true. I'm absolutely no code expert and don't really understand whatsoever how this works, but Twitter user that goes by SiresM found out that the way the code was written made the shiny odds for Pokemon sway somewhere between 1 out of 4,082 and 1 out of 4,109. This seems to be some kind of programming error, as this has never been the case before, and as of the release of this video has not been fixed. But for now, this means that for the first time ever, your trainer ID could actually affect your shiny odds. I've been saving you for a moment just like this. I'm going to start this video off with undoubtedly one of the most interesting facts on this list. I've talked about shiny Pokemon plenty on this channel, but I have to say this next shiny fact is the coolest one I've ever found. Shinies changing in the main games is a bit of an anomaly. Sure, a bunch changed from Generation 2 on, like the classic Charizard and Smeargle, but what about past this? The amount of shinies actually changing after this point is slim to none, and when it happens, the change is usually very subtle. But in June 2013, we witnessed this happen. During a pre-release footage showcase of Pokemon X and Y, they displayed a shiny Go-Goat that has never been seen since. Here is Go-Goat's shiny now, and here is the pre-release version. Although it never made it into the game, this definitely marks a unique circumstance where Game Freak not only displayed a shiny Pokemon during a showcase, but then rectified and changed that shiny later, breaking the norm in so many more ways than one. And I wonder if this Go-Goat was even shown intentionally, or if it was a mistake. If you've ever taken a dive into Pokemon ROM hacks, you may have played one of my personal favorite, Renegade Platinum, which is a difficulty hack for Pokemon Platinum with insane battles, easy EV training, and tons of amazing changes. But interestingly enough, it seems that the Pokemon Company may have taken a liking to this ROM hack as well, because there is a possible Easter egg to these games hidden in the Sinnoh remakes Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. For the past few generations, TM62 was the move Acrobatics. Then in Sword and Shield, it was the move Speed Swap. Well, in the ROM hack Renegade Platinum, TM62 was the move Bug Buzz, and in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, take a guess what TM62 is now. That's right, Bug Buzz. Coincidence? Maybe. Possible Easter egg? Also maybe. Let me know what you guys think on this one. Seal has arguably the worst name out of any Pokemon. I mean, it's called Seal, and it's literally a seal. Give that a round of applause. I mean, wow. Well, at least that when it evolves, it gets an original name. Well, did you know in the original Pokemon Red and Blue beta, Dugong was originally going to be called Manatee? I mean, wow. Although friendship was a substantial feature to Gen 2, you might be aware that it was actually introduced in Generation 1. But the friendship itself only affected one Pokemon, and that was your partner Pikachu in Pokemon Yellow. But if you're aware of that, I bet you didn't know that friendship actually had an effect on Pikachu's walking speed. If you have a friendship stat of 80 or above, Pikachu's walking animations will be 2.5 times faster. Shout out to my good friend and Pokemon streamer Troll who showed me this. In Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, there was a Pokemon world map hanging in the house in Dewford Town. But surprisingly enough, that map was not created by Game Freak. That map actually belongs to Cerebi.com, a Pokemon information site that is not run by Pokemon themselves, but by fans. A pretty rare occurrence when fan-made content makes it into a Pokemon game. If you are taking a stroll through Romanus Park in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and then enter a legendary room, but then decide to hatch an egg, it will say that the egg was hatched in Jubilife City. This is because the rooms have no met location, and Jubilife is the none location for these games. Shout out to Anubis who discovered this. Next fact, Canadian Netflix has almost every Ghibli movie. Wait, that's not a Pokemon fact, but that is pretty awesome, though too bad I don't live in Canada. Oh yeah, I have NordVPN, the sponsor of this video. NordVPN is a powerful VPN service that not only protects all your data on 6 of your devices on every major platform, Windows, iOS, Mac, Linux, you name it, but also with a single click allows you to virtually fly to any location you want. Watch your favorite shows that might not be available to you, or just get a better deal on a game or streaming service that you're looking for. It's like playing a Pokemon game that has every region. Not only that, but if you're worried about your internet speed getting a debuff, you're darn wrong. Because not only is NordVPN the fastest VPN on the market, but they actually prevent mean internet service providers from throttling your internet speed. So head over to nordvpn.com/Finn to get 2 years at a huge discount with a bonus month thrown in too. Thank you NordVPN for sponsoring this video. The Safari Zone is an incredibly unique place in Pokemon games that allows every Pokemon there to flee from you. Every Pokemon except one. And that Pokemon is Whiscash in the Sinnoh Safari Zone. Whiscash actually has an error in these games that instead of being pretty likely to flee every turn, it is actually incredibly unlikely to flee each turn. So unlikely that if you were to just chuck things at this Whiscash you encountered, it would actually take you around 250 turns to get it to finally flee. Anyone who has tried chain fishing in Pokemon X and Y will tell you that the ability Suction Cups and Sticky Hold are supposed to boost your rate of getting fishing encounters, and reduce the chance of getting the not even a nibble message. But this outside of battle effect has been present in the game since Pokemon Emerald. But interestingly enough, these two abilities were actually bugged in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, and did absolutely nothing outside of battle. But hold on, the fact doesn't actually end here. You'd think that when remaking a game, things like bugs or coding errors would be fixed, but not for a truly faithful remake, because this error is still present in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. In Pokemon Ruby Sapphire and Emerald, in the Seafloor Cavern, there's a strength puzzle that you can rearrange into a smiley face. Boom. I'll take my sub, please. Shout out to my buddy Bottle Rocket, he told me about this one. Go check him out. If you're playing any Pokemon game and you overlevel one of your team members to where it no longer obeys you, and then enter a battle, when you use the move Quick Attack or any move with priority, it will actually overpower the disobeying effect and be calculated before the Pokemon gets a chance to be disobedient. While there is plenty of weird glitches in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, there's one that I thought was pretty funny. When nicknaming a fossil Pokemon, instead of saying the name of the Pokemon, it will say your trainer's name instead. Also, while playing through the new games with my girlfriend, she pointed out that the bag icon actually changes depending on what outfit you're wearing, which I never noticed. Dialga and Palkia, if shiny, show up shiny in the opening camera angle of the cutscene. But did you know that although Zacian and Zamazenta were sadly shiny locked, if they could be shiny, they would also show up shiny in the cutscene as well. But for whatever reason, they also would not be affected by the shiny charm whatsoever. Pokemon Emerald was the first game to add outside of battle effects like I talked about earlier. But we all know of the ones like Static that boost the spawn rate of electric-type Pokemon, or Magnapult doing the same for steel types. But there's one outside of battle effect that I bet you don't know about, and was entirely exclusive to Emerald. If the Pokemon in the first slot of your party has the ability Lightning Rod, you will get twice as many calls on your Pokénav, which is Annoying? Shout out to Glav in my community who told me about this one. When digging through the code of the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl beta, there was data uncovered for an unused event for Darkrai, where it was originally planned to roam around the Sinnoh region similar to Cresselia and Mesprit. And you can actually still access this and get a roaming Darkrai in your game using a cheating device. The move Tri-Attack is a bit of an oddity in itself, a normal type attack that has a chance to burn, freeze, or paralyze. It's definitely something that Game Freak would have never added nowadays, and if it wasn't for the wackiness that was Generation 1, would probably not be here today. Well, to add to the strange aura of this move, in Generation 2 only, if your Pokemon was frozen and you use the move Tri-Attack, it actually has a possible chance to thaw your opponent. What the heck? Cynthia is what all champions should be, but how is she so strong? Well, let's talk about her Garchomp. A while ago, people did the math and realized that not only is her Garchomp fully EV trained, but it has perfect 31 IVs in every single stat. Wow. Although many people like to claim that the way the color of shiny Pokemon are determined is just a simple palette swap, that is most definitely not always the case. And after I tell you this next fact, I want you to contemplate every single shiny you see from now on, because a lot of them might have hidden meaning that you just don't see at first. This is a really interesting example that I had never even heard about. It takes place in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald on Mount Pyre. There are 3 Pokemon who spawn on the summit of this mountain, being Duskull, Shuppet, and Chimico. And as you can see by the shiny forms, they all represent the mascot colors of the region, red, blue, and green. But is this as far as the rabbit hole goes? Absolutely not. If you're still skeptical, I think this will convince you. Duskull and Shuppet represent Groudon and Kyogre in this dynamic. They're both troublesome spirits that end up causing a lot of harm and misfortune for people around them, very similar to Kyogre and Groudon in the events of the story. But just like in the events of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, there is a green Pokemon that resolves and calms the situation. Well, in this analogy, that green Pokemon is shiny Chimico. And why does Chimico represent this? Well, in Japanese culture, since ancient times, bells have been associated with protection. Because of many traditions, there's a deeply rooted belief in Japanese culture that the sound of bells ward off evil and bring safety. And I don't think it's a far reach to connect Chimico as being the mediator to the chaos of these 2 troublesome Pokemon. And I also don't think it's a coincidence that the shiny colors match the mascots that end up telling a very similar story. That being Kyogre and Groudon causing destruction, and Rayquaza being the mediator and the bringer of protection. Although none of this is concrete, it's always interesting to read into this kind of thing. Let me know if you guys think this is a well-hidden Easter egg or just a complete coincidence. Shout out to Iceflame in my community who told me about this one. And if you genuinely enjoyed watching this video, subscribing and liking tells me there's people out here who enjoy this kind of thing, and it inspires me to make more. When the player has completely filled the National Pokedex in Heart Gold Soul Silver, during Professor Oak's congratulations speech, there's a typo in this sentence. And I'll give you 3 seconds to spot the error. Did you see it? The typo here is that the I is actually a lowercase l, which I think is freaking hilarious. When you're playing through the beginning of Pokemon Emerald, in order to progress further in the game, you have to go beat the first gym and save Pico the Wingull. But on your way back down south, there's a forced encounter with May where she gives you an option to battle. But what if on the way back from saving Pico, you black out in a wild encounter? Well, you'd wake up in the Rustboro Poke Center, of course, but what if you never used the Rustboro Poke Center? What if you charged right through the first gym and the stupid Whismur Cave, but then you white out to a random Pokemon battle and wake up back in Petalburg, bypassing May completely? Well, they actually thought of this, and there's a secondary encounter you get with May in front of Mr. Briney's house if you end up in this position. In Generation 2, when you first encounter the boy who lost his Farfetch'd in Elix Forest, his sprite is very clearly green colored, but when he receives his Farfetch'd and comes back to his house, his sprite for some reason changes to blue. In one of my past fact videos, I mentioned the game Pokémon Ranch for the Wii, which was a digital-only Wii game. Well, calling it a game is a bit of a stretch. It was basically an older version of Pokémon Home. Its main purpose was transferring your Pokémon from Diamond and Pearl to a main hub. Well, when researching more about this game, I discovered some events that I found to be incredibly interesting. You see, by transferring the correct Pokémon into the ranch, you could activate specific events. By transferring every single unknown, you could activate an event that would turn all the unknown into a giant keyboard. By transferring 40 horse Pokemon like Rapidash, Girafarig, or Ponyta, you could activate a giant carousel. And by depositing 10 Illumzi or Volbeat, you could make them all slow dance. And one of the coolest ones I saw is by transferring Bulbasaur, Pikachu, Meowth, Teddiursa, Munchlax, and Torchic all at once, the main characters of the DS game Pokemon Dash, they would all start to race against each other, just like in Pokemon Dash. Surprisingly, there's actually a lot more of these events, but so far these are the only ones on the internet that I could find footage of, courtesy of this channel. In Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, in the summary screen for the move Nature Power, it reads that it has 95% accuracy. But it doesn't. You see, Nature Power pulls a random move depending on what location you are in, such as Stun Spore in regular grass or Hydro Pump when you're underwater. And the move actually calculates its accuracy based on the accuracy of whatever move it pulls. So this 95 number means absolutely nothing. So why is it there? Archeop's Pokedex number is 576. Archeop's base stat total is 576. That's it. That's the fact. On November 16th, 2001, the New York Pokemon Center opened. An absolute Pokemon hub. There was endless plushies and collectibles, custom statues, and even special event Pokemon distributed regularly. But sadly, it didn't last long. On January 2005, the store closed for remodeling and opened again as Nintendo World, where it still stands today. While almost every single thing was changed and redone to fit the theme of Nintendo, there is one bit of architecture left that stood the test of time since its opening over 20 years ago. And that is the Pokemon door handles on the entrance to the building. In Generation 2, if a Pokemon is asleep or frozen, it cannot flinch. Obviously, because that would make no sense. But speaking of no sense, there actually is one thing that can cause a sleeping or frozen Pokemon to flinch, and that is the King's Rock. Why? If you look at this Pokemon, I know, you've looked at it enough. Could you tell me which types it would be weak to? If you said rock, water, and electric, you'd be right. Almost. You see, there was a time where Charizard was actually weak to one other type. In all Pokemon games now, fire is resistant to ice, which makes perfect sense, but in Generation 1, ice was actually neutral against fire, meaning that in Generation 1 only, Charizard was also weak to ice type. If you're new to the channel, you might not be aware of this yet, but there's a few strange, obscure licensed Pokemon games I really like to make fun of from time to time. Those games, of course, being Pokemon Team Turbo and Pokemon Masters Arena, which are two incredibly atrocious Pokemon PC games that's pure existence warrants 1,000 questions in itself. But if you're thinking it might be low-hanging fruit to pick on these games, I mean, it's a DVD game in the dollar bin at Target, I get it. But I'd like to introduce you to the nail in the coffin. Now, I'm no programmer. You could write off everything I've said so far about these games as just me being ignorant to game design, because I don't know the first thing about making a game. But this next thing is inexcusable. These guys had the absolute nerve to misspell Rayquaza. This is a licensed Pokemon game that has a misspelled Pokemon in it. Am I crazy? Okay, next fact. Actually, hold on. I'm not over this. My eyes aren't broken. You're seeing this too, right? That is Rayquaza misspelled in the game. I mean, I get it. Rayquaza's hard to spell. But the programmers just free-handed it? No Google spell track? You're just gonna go with your gut on this one? John? Really? Of all the words to trust your gut on, you choose Rayquaza. Nice. That is just insane to me. No one spells Rayquaza right the first time, but no one just freaking sends it either. This game has literally no other content besides the fact that Pokemon are in it. ValueSoft. They literally paid you to type the word Rayquaza. That's it. I literally can't believe what I'm seeing. Okay, let's move on from this. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver on Route 43, slightly south of the Lake of Rage, there's a small pond that when surfed on contains only Magikarp. But these Magikarp are quite intriguing. There's a 99% chance that the Magikarp you encounter will be between the levels of 5 and 25. But for some reason, there's a 1% spawn rate for a level 50 Magikarp to appear. And for some perspective, your Pokemon at this point are barely past level 30 if that. So why is this random 1% Magikarp 20 levels higher? Also in Heart Gold Soul Silver, there's a place you've probably been to called the Pokéathlon, which holds mini games for you to play and try and reach the highest scores you can. Upon completing and getting very high scores on every single challenge, earning the right amount of trophies and unlocking every single thing you can, the final thing you unlock will be this room called the Friendship Room, where you actually get to see something very unique. By clicking on this statue, you get to see an alternate sprite art of your protagonist, either Ethan or Lyra, in a Pokéathlon uniform. And the sprite is absolutely nowhere else in the entire game besides locked away in this small room. I've wanted to include a fact about the Sinjoh ruins in Heart Gold Soul Silver for a very long time. And now thanks to Silver Explorer and my Discord, I finally have a cool fact to show you guys. If you've never heard of the Sinjoh ruins, it's a special event location in the ruins of Alph. If you bring a legitimate event Arceus here, it will initiate an event where tons of crazy images flash on the screen, and then Arceus creates and hatches an egg of either Dialga, Palkia, or Giratina. This is also, to my knowledge, the only time the real world has ever been shown in a main series Pokemon game, which is just pretty interesting by itself. But if you talk to your Arceus in the overworld in this room only, you get a hidden line of text that says Arceus looked up and shouted at the sky, which I think is an incredible little detail. Have you ever wondered what the world's rarest shiny Pokemon is? Sure, a shiny in itself is rare, but every Pokemon has been found shiny hundreds, maybe thousands of times over by people around the world. A shiny is awesome, but none of them are substantially unique. You may remember the shiny Tailo I mentioned in my first fact video, how there's most likely a Pokemon out there that was distributed during an event for a very short period of time that came with a special event-only move, and that happened to be randomly shiny for a lucky person, making it unbelievably rare, if not an entirely unique shiny Pokemon. And although the existence of that is very possible, even 99% likely, it's still not something that I can prove exists, or that we will likely ever find. There's not even a photo of one out there on the internet. And events where Pokemon had random chances to be shiny are remnants of an era from long ago, something we haven't seen in over 10 years to my knowledge. But today, I would like to propose a new contender for the world's rarest shiny Pokemon. A company called Jakks Pacific worked with Pokemon to create a toy called the Pokemon Battle Dome playset that let you customize and create battles with a bunch of Pokemon figures. The set released somewhat alongside Diamond and Pearl, but what's interesting is not the playset itself, but rather the promotional material. You see, the original prototype design of this toy showcased in promotions was completely different and far weirder. There were rocks that looked like weird Geodude bodies, 3 Pikachu figures, and most notably, a shiny Kingdra figure. Looking at this picture, there are so many questions. Why are 2 of these Pikachus the same? Why are there weird Geodude rocks? Why is there a Mudkip and a Bonsly? And why is half of Kingdra red? Well, with the little information we have, we can probably deduce that this was very early in development, and was nothing more than a concept design. But regardless, the truth is that this shiny Kingdra figure that is somewhere out there is entirely one of a kind. It might be possible that a few of these were made and never distributed, but this is the only picture of this figure that exists on the entire internet. And if there is more than this one figure, I would bet you all my shiny Pokemon that you could count the amount of Kingdra figures like this one on a single hand. And although this toy and this set has fallen entirely into obscurity, somewhere out there, in a box, or an old storage unit, or laying in a landfill, lies the rarest shiny Pokemon on the entire planet. I'm sure if you've played Pokemon Crystal, you remember how after you beat the 8th gym leader Claire, there's an additional bit of story where you have to travel into the Dragon's Den and take a test to determine if you're worthy of the badge. After this, when leaving the Dragon's Den, Claire will then stop you and give you the TM for Dragon Breath. Well, I would like to propose a question. What if inside of the Dragon's Den, after you took the test, but before you could leave, your last Pokemon in your party ends up dying to poison damage? Do you just not get the TM for Dragon Breath whatsoever? Well, no. Actually, for some reason, you end up getting 2. Upon waking up in front of the Pokemon Center, if you enter back into Claire's gym and speak to her, she will play the same dialogue line as she normally would, but then if you head back to the Dragon's Den afterwards, as soon as you land on this tile, the original cutscene will play and she will give you a second Dragon Breath TM. In Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl on Route 225, there's a very interesting NPC that's hiding an Easter egg that I'm almost positive you missed. Her name is Ace Trainer Deanne. As you probably know, Cherish Pokeballs are practically unobtainable without a cheating device, only capable of coming from certain event Pokemon. Then how on earth does this random trainer Deanne actually have a Tropius in a Cherish Ball? Well, this is not an oversight, and it's actually a nod to the first ever event Pokemon distributed in a Cherish Ball, which was Shokutan's Tropius all the way back in 2007 as part of a campaign for an old Japan-only Pokemon-themed TV show called Pokemon Sunday. In the Pokemon League and Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, there's an interesting quirk with these lights that I could almost guarantee you did not know. And that is the speed of how fast they flash, because it actually changes depending on what localization of the game you have. In the Japanese versions, they're much faster than the North American release. In Generation 1, Aerodactyl was unable to learn the move Earthquake, but later on when transferred to Gold, Silver, Crystal, it gains the ability to learn this move. The reason this is interesting has to do with Pokemon Stadium. If you use the time capsule and trade an Aerodactyl with the move Earthquake back to Generation 1 and then to Stadium, something very interesting will happen. Because you could only transfer Pokemon into Stadium from Red, Blue, or Yellow, Aerodactyl was technically not intended to have this move. And when used in battle, you could see an entirely unique Aerodactyl attack animation for this move only. To my research, this is the only time Aerodactyl uses this animation in this game, and there was a point in time between the release of Stadium and Gold, Silver, and Crystal where seeing this animation was completely impossible. In June of 2008, Pokemon held an event distribution for Deoxys in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. The event was held at GameStops in the US, and to promote this, they handed out flyers promoting the event Pokemon. But for some reason on this flyer, there was a pretty huge mix-up. Where it shows the information about this Pokemon, it says the event is for Darkrai instead of Deoxys. Shout out to Professor Rex, you guys should go subscribe to him by the way, who literally photocopied this for me since there are no pictures of this on the entire internet that we could find. In Pokemon Black and White 2, if you do not collect this max potion from Route 11 and then you use your dowsing machine by this city, it will reveal that there's a hidden item here, but then the hidden item will disappear once you collect the max potion. In the game Pokepark 2, most Pokemon seem to use their anime voices rather than their static Pokemon cries from the usual main series, which is interesting when you realize Porygon Z is in this game. And for reasons we're all aware, Porygon has not yet actually appeared in the Pokemon anime. So if you're curious what he sounds like, here it is. And it's weird. In Pokemon Go, every single type has a specific background that correlates and fits that type. But what's pretty weird is because the type of pure flying is quite rare, before Tornadus released in Pokemon Go, not a single Pokemon used the flying type wallpaper, and Tornadus is still to this day the only Pokemon who has it. Before Generation 5, you might be aware that Self-Destruct and Explosion have an interesting way of dealing damage. These moves have their damage number purposely set incorrectly. Instead of using the base power stat of 250, as you might know, it actually halves the opponent's defense when you use this move. But what I recently found out is the reason they had to do this is because having a move's base power written as 400 or 500 would actually take too much memory for just 2 moves. So this was actually done out of necessity. On November 14th, 2014, the day Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire released, the Pokemon Company had an event Pokemon distribution that was available for a few months. And I bet some of you who got the game on release probably picked it up as well. This Pokemon, of course, being the shiny Steven Stone's Beldum, given away through Wi-Fi. But there was a detail that has to do with this Pokemon that you may have missed. If you received this Beldum sometime during your playthrough, and then complete the Delta episode, when speaking to Steven Stone, something very cool will happen. If you have this Beldum, he will give you a secret line of dialogue where he actually references the Mega Evolution special episode of the X and Y anime. This is really cool because it only happens if you received this Beldum. If you're just playing through the game normally, this will not happen at all. There is an unused track in the Pokemon Red and Green soundtrack that you're listening to a rendition of right now. The track was intended to be a victory theme in these games, but those of you with a keen ear will have noticed that it actually went on to get reused in Generation 2 as the Mount Moon Square theme. But surprisingly, that's not where this ends. If you speed up the end of battle victory theme from Pokemon Stadium 2 to 2 times the normal speed, you'll find the final resting place of this originally unused theme. For about 6 years. The theme then appeared again in the Diamond and Pearl theme that plays when you score a jackpot in the Game Corner. Sadly, there was no Game Corner in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, so we never got to hear it remastered. Well, that's actually not true. It doesn't even end here. The theme came back as recent as 2022 in Pokemon Legends Arceus, as the theme that plays when you complete the event that lets you watch Clefairy's dance under the moonlight, a direct callback to its official origins. Pokemon is truly one of a kind when it comes to recognizing and acknowledging its lore. Even its soundtrack has Easter eggs from over 20 years ago, and that is pretty rad. Every single Pokemon has a number of colors that make up their design. These colors are then arranged into a palette inside the game's code, each one of these colors displayed somewhere inside the in-game art of this Pokemon. But for one Pokemon, this is actually not the case. You see, when adapting mini Pokemon into their sprite versions for these games, the spriter's references was old Generation 1 artwork. This is proven in other sprites, such as how Machamp lacks its belt entirely, and Nidoqueen bearing both of its fangs, both features that are only present in the initial set of artwork, and the in-game sprites of Generation 3. And as the official art developed, many of these features were retroactively changed in every future entry to the series. Which brings us to the Venomoth oddity. In Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, on the first floor of the basement in Victory Road, there's a ledge near a ladder that if you jump over, forces you to go on a long path to get back to your starting point. But what's interesting is this ledge is only like this in the Japanese and English versions of the game. In the Spanish, Italian, French, or German versions, the ledge is actually cut in half to prevent this annoying detour. In Mahogany Town, when looking at the map above, I want you to take a closer look to see if you can find the one error in the design of this town. I'll give you 3 seconds. Do you see it? The error is actually that this tree over here has the top of it slightly cropped off, seemingly for no reason. In Gold, Silver, and Crystal, the move Sonic Boom uses 2 different animations between the international and the Japanese release of the games. But what's weird is that the Japanese version uses the same animation that went on to be used for Sonic Boom ever since Generation 2, but interestingly, the international version uses the animation for Gust, seemingly for no reason, only to be reverted in every single game since. This next fact, I have a few mildly interesting sprite errors from Generation 5. The first is Slowbro. When you watch Slowbro's animation in battle, you can see how the entire face of its shell is slightly obscured. But when you look into the code of the game, you can find the character sheet and see that the shell actually doesn't have a left eye like it's supposed to. It seems they just didn't bother adding it because it wouldn't have been in view during Slowbro's animation. But when you watch Slowbro do its little dance a few times, you can easily tell we should be seeing part of an eye here, and it's a little off. A second funny sprite mix-up is Arbok. It's hard to tell, but Arbok is actually missing a tail segment. You can see there should be a small line right here, and we can actually confirm that this is an error, because we can actually see the back sprite has the missing tail segment. And one more sprite issue in these games is Darmanitan. When in Zen mode, you can see its back is completely blank, even though it's supposed to have squiggly marks on its back just like regular Darmanitan does. And you can see the marks appear in the anime in every single game since Generation 5. It seems they just left it out of the original sprite design. In the Korean version of Pokemon Gold and Silver, when you use the move Thunder, there will for some reason be an extra space between the word lightning and the exclamation point. This was actually found by Chickasaurus, who has a ton of little discoveries like this on her channel. If you hack in Pokeballs meant for the bug catching contest called Park Balls into your game of Gold, Silver, or Crystal, it will cause a pretty funny little glitch. When throwing the ball, it will get stuck in the bag screen and attempt to catch a jumble of text instead of the Pokemon, but it will immediately go back to normal after the next turn. The move Retaliate is a 70 base power normal type move, but possibly at one point may not have been. If you get the TM for Retaliate in the Japanese version of Black or White, you can see that the icon is the icon used for Dark type TMs, implying that Retaliate was originally planned to be a Dark type move. But the move Rock Smash also uses the Rock type TM icon for some reason in Gen 5, so maybe this is nothing. Throughout the history of Pokemon, there is only one that I think Game Freak most likely regrets creating, and that Pokemon is Diglett, and here's why. Throughout the series, Game Freak has had to maintain the continuity that this Pokemon does not come out of the ground. Every single sprite of Diglett depicts it surrounded by mounds of dirt where it's dug up. Not revealing the bottom half of Diglett to the player is the entire point of this Pokemon, and the reason we have this. So showing what Diglett looks like underneath is forbidden. But because of this, they were suddenly tied into this continuity-wise. And there's a funny few quirks that are a result of this. In the Pokeathlon, there's a jumping minigame, and while Pokemon have different levels of jumping ability, Diglett is the only one who literally does not move. This renders it completely useless in this minigame. Sometimes you have to jump to score points and hit discs, and Diglett just will not. And then when we move to the hurdle minigame, Diglett just simply ducks under the hurdles instead of jumping over them. And when you enter Diglett or Dugtrio into the Black and White musicals, normal Pokemon will dance and jump around, but obviously for Diglett, it will just glide around and spin. It's kind of magical, but the problems don't even end here. One incredible detail in Generation 5 is that the Pokémon have weight. When throwing out a strong, heavy Pokémon, it slams down out of the Pokéball. And all Pokémon have this slight falling animation when thrown out to some degree. All of them, except for Diglett, who just weirdly fades onto the screen. As you most likely know, in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, HMs were replaced by secret techniques with all new names, and the technique for Flash is now called Light Up. But in the early demo build of Let's Go, Light Up was called Shine, but only the first time you received it. After that, it was called Light Up again. So it seems like Shine was scrapped almost immediately, but it was there. And one last interesting detail about this Let's Go prototype is that there was a very different intro cutscene that shows your character holding a Pokemon plush. And here it is. It's kind of an interesting view into how much getting your first Pokemon actually matters in the Pokemon world, which makes me a little sad that it was cut. In the code of Pokemon X and Y, there's unused data for a key item called the Clothing Trunk. It seems like it would have been a key item used to change clothes anywhere you go, but this concept was simply just reworked into the dressing rooms in Pokemon centers, but then came back in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. A mildly interesting detail in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver is the fact that certain Pokemon that are usually unencounterable have held items. Items that you will never see because it's impossible to even encounter the Pokemon in the first place. An interesting example of this is Shaman, Mew, or Celebi, which were all never catchable by normal means in Heart Gold, but for some reason are all coded to have a guaranteed chance of holding a Lumberry. Another weird one is Castform, who has a 100% chance to carry a Mystic Water, and Jirachi with a 100% chance to carry a Star Piece. Speaking of Jirachi, there's another interesting thing about this Pokemon you may not have heard of. If you happen to be someone who purchased a copy of Pokemon Channel for the GameCube in Europe or Australia, you might know that you can receive a Jirachi directly to your Generation 3 cartridge. And one little useless but kinda funny detail is that when talking to Professor Oak about receiving Jirachi, if you decide to just say no, instead of ending the event right there, a cutscene will play of Jirachi floating away, which is pretty goofy. But I actually have something even more interesting about this to mention. When researching this Jirachi, I found out you could only get it after beating the entire game of Ruby or Sapphire, and that's a hell of a lot of time. If you were speedrunning this game as fast as possible, it would take you around 4 hours just to get this thing. And you know what else would take you at least 4 hours? Beating the entire Pokemon Channel video game, which you have to do in order to receive Jirachi. That includes watching multiple anime specials, some even dimly projected onto the night sky with the opacity churned down to about 4. But after you do that, Jirachi's yours. And after learning about this, a question hit me. Can this thing be shiny? Well, no. But okay, I lied actually, yes. This thing was supposed to be shiny locked, but due to a programming error is fully shiny huntable with a 1 out of 8,192 odds. And that got me thinking, has anyone ever actually found one of these legit? And no, not a single footage of one exists out there legitimately found. Not even a shaky cam picture, and certainly not a video. This is a shiny that has never been found to our knowledge, which I find to be incredibly fascinating, and I personally think is the rarest obtainable shiny Pokemon. And this is precisely why. Like I mentioned before, you can only receive this Jirachi if you have beaten an entire Generation 3 game. But you can't just simply save and reset your game to receive it after you've done this. You can only receive 1 Jirachi per save file. If you've caught on by now, this means that in order to shiny hunt Jirachi in this way, you would have to beat the entire game of Ruby and Sapphire for every encounter. And then you would do that over and over and over and over again, with the lowest possible shiny odds in the history of Pokemon. Finding the Pokemon Channel shiny Jirachi is something that would undoubtedly take you years. but yet is entirely possible for anyone with enough sheer will. Something about the world's rarest obtainable shiny Pokemon being right there in front of our nose waiting for someone to claim it is incredibly fascinating, and I really hope it shines for a lucky person soon. In Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, on the second floor of the Sky Pillar, there is a cracked floor tile that if you stand on will crumble and land your player on a rock. A rock that is usually a background element and you cannot usually stand on. This does absolutely nothing to your game and you can simply step right off, but yeah, that's it. Can't get back on unless you do it again. And it doesn't do anything when you're on there either. But, you know, it's kind of cool. I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, you clicked on the video, you knew what you were getting into. My favorite pieces of obscure Pokemon information are the things that go unnoticed in games for a very long period of time. In games that have been data mined, ROM hacked, and taken apart by every line of code hundreds of times over, only for a brand new piece of information to be unearthed years later. And that's exactly the case with a very peculiar love disc in Pokemon Ruby that went undiscovered for 12 years. For every version of a Pokemon game, there is an alternate version of the game that has what are called debug features. These are things for the developers to use, such as warping to any part of the map or spawning random Pokemon. Debug literally meaning to get rid of the bugs in the game. That was the goal of these cartridges. And these debug versions will sometimes get leaked and circulate the internet from different points in the development history of that game. And sometimes the community will get very lucky and find a debug version containing information only found in the earlier versions of that game. Things that were eventually cut out from the final release. And thus is the case for the German language debug version of Pokemon Ruby. Somehow this version was leaked onto the internet. No one knows exactly when, but it had been floating around between forums online for quite a long period of time. But eventually in 2014, a user by the name of Hacky discovered something we had never seen before. Inside the backend code of this debug ROM lied data for an event Pokemon, a love disc holding a berry juice to be given out through an e-reader card. But here's the kicker, there never was an event love disc holding a berry juice. Text for receiving the love disc is inside of this debug ROM, but it seems it was scrapped before ever even being released. The idea that the only proof that this event ever existed is locked away inside the backend code of a debug cartridge for over a decade is just simply insane. Pokemon cries are an intriguing rabbit hole to explore. When analyzing Electivire's cry in Pokemon Diamond, I found out that not only is it a sample of an electric guitar, but I was able to find the exact sound effect pack where it came from. It's called 0G Chemical Beats, and here is the original sound effect that was later remixed into Electivire's cry. At the time of making this video, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl do not have connectivity to Pokemon Home, meaning you currently cannot bring Pokemon in from past generations or past games at all. But when diving into the code of Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Twitter user Artrius found something very interesting. It seems that BDSP has a blatant error with one Pokemon. That Pokemon being Spinda. You see, Spinda's spots are determined by a personality hex number hidden within the game, but for some reason, Ilka, the company that developed Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, was for some reason not able to just copy and paste the code from Pokemon Home. So somehow when developing the game, the code that determines where the spots are on Spinda is completely backwards. Meaning if you were to transfer a Spinda into the game from Pokemon Home right now, even though you can't yet, the Spinda's spot pattern will be inverted, causing some rather interesting combinations. This will probably get fixed by the time Home is released, but as of now, this error is still in the game. In Cherry Grove City in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, this lady right here mentions that the communication center was just built upstairs. Except, this area is not called the communication center. It's called the Cable Club, located in every Pokemon Center. The communication center was an area attached to the Goldenrod City Pokemon Center, only present in the Japanese versions of the games. This next one I actually got from my comments, so if you have a cool fact you think might be obscure, feel free to leave it below or DM it to me on Twitter, because cataloging this info by myself is not easy. So I'm sure we are all aware of the ability Wonder Guard. Only super effective moves do damage, only Shedinja has it, blah blah blah, you know the deal. Well, if you were to hack in Wonder Guard onto a Spiritomb in Generation 4, as you probably know because of Spiritomb's type combination, Dark and Ghost, in Generation 4, Spiritomb did not have a single weakness, meaning that with this ability, it would be completely invincible. Right? Well, no. For some reason, Spiritomb with Wonder Guard is actually capable of taking damage from just one move. Do you know what it is? The move is, for some reason, Fire Fang. For whatever reason, Fire Fang is the only move that can hit Spiritomb. The reason why is completely unknown, but true nonetheless. Another peculiar thing about this is the Battle Tower in Pokemon Platinum actually knows this, and as you fight the Battle Tower with Wonder Guard Spiritomb, they start to adapt to it, and bring more and more Pokemon with the move Fire Fang to counter your otherwise invincible Spiritomb. The fact that the Battle Tower can adapt to using a bug to defeat you is terribly interesting. A deceptively interesting item in the Pokemon universe is the common fresh water. I've heard many people say it's dumb that this fresh water is stronger than a man-made potion, and kind of doesn't make sense, but I'm about to tell you why that actually makes perfect sense. If you've ever wondered what makes this water unique and more powerful than a potion, well, it's actually because it's collected from Mount Silver in the Johto region. But most English-speaking Pokemon fans wouldn't know this, because this information is only revealed in the Japanese and Korean versions of Gold, Silver, and Crystal, and for some reason this detail was never mentioned in any English game. There's an interesting glitch in Generation 4 that has to do with the move Mimic, and is only possible in the Japanese version of these games. If a Pokemon uses the move Mimic, but the move mimicked is the move Transform, once you turn into the Pokemon you use Transform on, and then get knocked out in battle, checking the summary screen afterwards will reveal that you now permanently have the moveset of the Pokemon you transformed into. This is not just a temporary thing, the Pokemon will have and carry this moveset forever after this glitch. For this next fact, I'm going to teach you how to permanently ruin a playthrough of Pokemon Black or White in about 4 seconds. All you need is the Japanese version of Black or White and a Pokemon with Surf. For some reason inside of the Opelucid City gym, by using Surf from your party on this exact tile, it will allow you to enter the surfing animation. But by saving the game in this position and reloading, you will be locked forever in this spot, forcing you to start a brand new save file in order to escape. This one I actually noticed myself when I was casually playing through Pokemon Heart Gold. This guy right here is named Hiker Timothy, and he has something interesting to say. Every trainer you fight in this game has a little blurb of dialogue right before battling, which is usually just useless text, so it's pretty easy to glaze over. But surprisingly, Hiker Timothy's text is actually a reference to something. The text is, I climb mountains because they're there, I catch Pokemon because they're there. This is a direct reference to a quote said by George Mallory, a man with an incredible story who dedicated his life to being the first to reach the summit of Mount Everest, who, when asked during an interview for the New York Times in 1929 why he wanted to climb Mount Everest, he simply replied, because it's there. I'm sure if you've played the original Pokemon Red, Green, Yellow, and Blue, this sound effect will sound familiar to you. It's the save game jingle, and there's something surprisingly interesting about it. You see, although almost entirely unnoticeable, the saving sound effect is actually different in every single version of these games. If you listen to each one in succession, you will notice an ever so slight difference between them. This was actually intentional, and even documented in a Nintendo magazine, which is surprisingly still up on the internet, just in Japanese. The fact that Junichi Masuda cared so much about these games to add this detail that would almost certainly go unnoticed by 99.9% of the people who played this game is just next level. Pokemon is born from these details. Things like this are the reason why this channel exists, because someone cared enough to look closer the first time. And as Nintendo put it, the man is truly a maniac. In summer of 2002, a demo for Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire was hosted in Japan at an event called Pokemon Festa. The Festa demo contained a very small portion of the game. You start with a Sharpedo and a Kecleon and you fight your way through a few trainers along Route 104, and that's it. But upon closer inspection, we can find some really cool things here. Of course, there's small map changes and little things like that, but a pretty major change is that the Sharpedo you are given does not have an ability whatsoever. And there's a lot more little things like this showing that the game is not quite near completion. But there's also a problem. You see, the footage you've been seeing of this demo is actually not real. This is a recreation of this demo by a ROM hacker. You see, a ROM of the Festa demo has never been recovered. This demo was displayed out in kiosks at the event, but after that, was never seen again. There is only about 20 photographs and one video that still remains out there of the Festa demo. Everything that has been dissected and gathered from this demo was either done through this one video or a few pictures or an eyewitness. And now it's time to talk about the eyewitness. You see, a Pokemon fan who got to play this game reported being in a battle between his Kecleon and a trainer's Tailo, where he attempted to use the move Lick, and it hit, meaning that Tailo in this demo had not had its normal typing yet, and was sporting an, at the time, one-of-a-kind, pure flying type. But hold on. I was actually going to end the video here, but I stumbled upon something incredible when looking further into this. So go ahead and delete those comments saying that this Tailo fact isn't a fact because it's not proven. Because it is. In May of 2020, code for a development build of Ruby and Sapphire was recovered. This build was not final, but it was very close to the final release in many ways. But inside of it was tons of Pokédex entries and information, but not just for known Pokemon. There were even entries for Pokemon that were completely cut before release. Sadly, all without sprites, so we will never know what these mystery Pokemon looked like. And I'm gonna have to touch on this more in a different video because it's incredibly interesting and dives in really deep. But I figured if Tailo really was flying type at one point, it had to be in this code. The build was early enough, and as I was scrolling through the columns looking for Tailo, my heart was racing. And then I found it. Number 304, Tailo. Ability, Guts. Type, Pure Flying. In Pokemon Red and Blue, for some reason in Fuchsia City, by utilizing a walk-through walls cheat, we can access this little bit of land up here that would usually be completely inaccessible. But there's something really cool up here that was discovered in 2014 by Chickasaurus. By walking over to this tile and pressing A, you can find a copy of Fuchsia City's sign that is invisible but still fully functioning. It seems that maybe during the development of these games, the layout of Fuchsia City was slightly different and the sign was here, but during development was redesigned and the code for this sign was never deleted. So this next one is something I've never seen mentioned on YouTube before, but I personally think is amazing. When researching unused content in Diamond and Pearl, you can find unused Pokétch applications, some of which are just placeholders, but one of them caught my eye that I thought was pretty funny. This app that is basically just a light switch. But what does it control? Well, it actually controls the backlight to the bottom screen of your DS. Clicking the switch will turn it on and off. I especially think this is weird because there's never been any kind of feature where the backlight of the bottom screen has ever been used, and it's possible it could have just been for development purposes, but pretty interesting nonetheless. This next one, I'm 100% positive you have never heard before. Shout out to Palmer6 on Twitter who discovered this entirely by themselves and then sent it to me. By the way, if you have a cool fact, feel free to DM it to me there or comment it down below. I read every single comment. Seriously. Palmer6 told me that they were messing around in the ROM of Pokemon Platinum, looking at data and map locations when he stumbled on something interesting. He noticed that there are 2 items in the entirety of this game that for some reason activate the same in-game script. And I'll explain what that means in a second. The first is located in Wayward Cave beside these 2 hikers. It's a hidden red shard behind this rock. The second item is also a red shard, but located along the mountain of Route 207. And on the surface, it may seem like they're just 2 red shards, but they actually aren't. They are the exact same red shard. Once you obtain one of them, it activates the same programming script as if you picked up either one, the same item, in 2 places at once. So this was another one sent to me by one of you guys on Twitter. Shout out to Gabby, who discovered something while creating a ROM hack of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. This has to do with our favorite little dude's Dugtrio. If you were to look on Bulbapedia at Dugtrio's learn set of moves, it will say that it learns Scratch and then Sand Attack. And this of course is true, but kind of. For some inexplicable reason, the move order is slightly different between Fire Red and Leaf Green. In Leaf Green, Dugtrio will learn Sand Attack first and then Scratch, but that is reversed for Pokemon Fire Red. I'm not sure if this is the only time this happens, or if it may happen to other Pokemon in these games, but I've never heard anything about this and I wonder why this change even exists at all. In 2013, a game released on the 3DS called Pocket Card Jockey. It was a card-based horse racing game, interesting choice I know, but was surprisingly developed by Game Freak. And as per usual, they've hidden some cool Pokemon references in this game. This time in the form of the names of racehorses, and here's just a few of them. There's a horse called Pika Pika Mouse, which is pretty obvious. There's one named Juniper after the Pokemon professor. There's one called Sylph Company, which is pretty great. And even 2 called Silver Soul and Gold Heart, which are clear references to those games. Poison Touch was an ability introduced in Pokemon Black and White that has a 30% chance to poison the Pokemon you're attacking. But this wasn't always the case. In the Japanese versions of these games, the chance to poison your foe was slashed down to just 20%. But if you were to set up a battle between a Japanese and an English version of the game, the player with the Japanese cartridge would still have this 10% disadvantage. I actually have one more really cool detail regarding Generation 5, the best generation. And in these games, after selecting your starter, you're forced into a battle with Bianca. And no matter what Pokemon you pick, you have a 99.9% chance to at least take a little bit of damage during this battle. But what if you don't? Well, if you are lucky enough to get multiple critical hits in a row, get some lucky misses or growls, or if you just hack in a stronger starter and get past this battle unscathed, Sharon will have an extra line of dialogue addressing this. I think it's super cool that this was even accounted for, because the chance of this happening is literally almost 0. In one of my recent videos, I talked about Jirachi's complicated history with shininess, and how its release as a gift Pokemon as a reward for completing the entire game of Pokemon Channel is one of the very few Pokemon that have never been found randomly shiny, aside from RNG methods, which are really interesting and I want to make a video about. But what if I told you there's a very interesting story with one of the most elusive shiny Pokemon of the last 10 years? Who also happens to be Jirachi. A gift Jirachi was distributed through a bonus disc with the game Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. And although many event Pokemon like this one were not supposed to be shiny, the Wishmaker Jirachi can. But shiny Jirachi from the Wishmaker event had never been found until very recently for a few reasons. The biggest, most glaring issue was the process of hunting this Pokemon. In order to receive just a Jirachi, you need to have a GameCube, a copy of Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness with the American bonus disc, along with a Game Boy Advance, a copy of Ruby Sapphire Emerald, and a cable to connect both consoles. But the process in which you would actually shiny hunt this Pokemon is absolutely ridiculous as well. You have to create a new save file and play through a decent chunk of the game for every single encounter, which includes a rival fight that you have a pretty decent chance of losing and a long pathway of grass with tons of encounters in between. You also needed to power off your GameCube and Game Boy in between every single shiny check. But there was something strange about this Jirachi as well. You see, its relationship with shininess was slightly different than every other Pokemon before it. Because of a small coding error, Jirachi has a unique shiny chance, sitting at about 1 out of 7,200 instead of the normal 1 out of 8,192 shiny rate. So although this process was incredibly difficult, there was a slightly higher chance to find this Pokemon sooner rather than later. The idea of a shiny Wishmaker Jirachi had floated around for many years. Papa Hefe even created a great tutorial on how to find one using RNG abuse, but hardly anyone in the dedicated shiny hunting community ever dared to begin their journey of capturing footage of this Pokemon. That was up until the year 2020, when Ni Warabi, a Japanese shiny hunter, unearthed the very first shiny Wishmaker Jirachi. This sent a wake through the community and established the precedent for all shiny hunters. Jirachi was possible. In the year 2020, when everyone was home, the online shiny hunting community boomed. And this is actually when I first started making Pokemon content, looking for shiny Pokemon on Twitch. But maybe that's a story for later if you guys are interested. But little did everyone know, the rise in shiny hunting and a booming community was a perfect storm. Falling into place before our eyes was the most incredible coincidence in the history of Pokemon. Bob Larka, a seasoned shiny hunting streamer who had been collecting the means to shiny hunt the Wishmaker Jirachi, was sitting at around 740 total resets, about 67 hours deep into the hunt, when he found it. Shiny Wishmaker Jirachi.
Are you saying, oh my god, we got it! We got it! We got it! We got it!
But about 3 hours later, it happened again.
Shiny Jirachi! Shiny Jirachi! Shiny Jirachi! Dude, that's 2 shiny Jirachis today in one day. Bob Larka got shiny Jirachi today, and I got shiny Jirachi today.
Within less than a few hours, a shiny that had never been found through traditional shiny hunting means for almost 15 years was found twice on the same day. The second Jirachi was found by Bino after a grueling 6,272 encounters. The chances of this happening are so incredibly low that it is fair to say that this will most likely never happen again. Since this event over a year and a half ago, only 2 more shiny Wishmaker Jirachi have ever been found. And what I love about this phenomenon is that it was only possible through the community. Because if you find the world's first, most rarest, most interesting Pokemon, what does it matter if there's not someone to tell? So as long as people care about these obscure things, these overlooked mysteries and forgotten relics, then that means that incredible once-in-a-lifetime displays of pure impossible will happen. It's only a matter of when. One hidden mechanic you most likely overlooked has to do with your character in Pokemon X and Y. You see, every time you pass by a signpost in this game, your character will slightly turn their head as if to read it. And this is consistent for all signposts in the game across the entire region. But there is one single signpost in this game that has a strange oddity with it. That signpost is located at the daycare, and it's the only one that does not have this effect. No matter how you move past the sign, your character will never veer their head. It's still unclear why, but it seems like this is most likely just a coding error of some sort. There's a strange error with Jumpluff in Pokemon Colosseum, and I'm gonna play a clip for you to see if you can notice the oddity. Did you see it? The error is that for some reason, Jumpluff's shadow is completely off. Even though Jumpluff's pluffs are round, the shadow shown on the ground depicts them as square. But this was fixed in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. If you haven't heard about the Korean versions of Pokemon Gold and Silver, they're basically known for being full of translation errors and glitches. But there's one in particular that I thought was really weird. When receiving the Togepi egg in Violet City, for some strange reason, the receive jingle that usually plays, that sounds like this, is just entirely absent from the Korean versions. When getting Togepi, no matter how many times you save and reset and get the Pokemon, the jingle for receiving it will just simply never play. This one is not technically an error on Pokemon's side, but it is an error, and you'll see why. Shout out to one of my viewers, Roland, who sent this one in my Discord. My viewer Roland was on a Delta Airlines flight, and the flight had a mini TV on the seat that had games for you to play. One of the games was a hidden object game, where you find things around the room. And while Roland found something that was quite out of place, tucked away in the corner of the picture was the official art for none other than Sawsbuck. It seems that this game's programmers must have mistaken Sawsbuck for a regular deer. And when I saw this, it legitimately made my day. So thanks, Roland. In Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, roaming Pokemon like Latios and Latios have a very strange oddity with them. You see, every Pokemon's IVs, or individual values, basically the number that determines small boosts in each one of their stats, is decided by a 32-bit number inside the game's code. But the entire point of a roaming Pokemon is that it's the same Pokemon everywhere. Its IVs, nature, and stats don't change every time you see it. It's a static legendary Pokemon just moving around the map. But in order to have a Pokemon be able to roam around the map and still be the same Pokemon, the programmers needed to store the data for that Pokemon somewhere completely different than usual. And sadly, this is where the glitch arised. The game ended up only being able to read 8 bits of that 32-bit number. And because of that, it means that every time you encounter a roaming Pokemon in Ruby or Sapphire, that Pokemon will be guaranteed to have their speed, defense, special attack, and special defense IVs all be 0. And because the move Hidden Power is dependent on IVs, roaming Pokemon in this generation can only have the Hidden Power type of Fighting. I mainly wanted to stray away from glitches in this video because a lot of them are pretty well known already, but there's one I heard about that I thought was really interesting visually, and I wanted to include it on this list. It's called the Sticky Hold glitch, and it occurs in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and it's actually pretty simple to perform. All you need is a Pokemon with the move Thief and no item equipped. Then proceed to knock out an opponent that is holding an item with the ability Sticky Hold. Then, once it faints, for some reason, the sprite of that Pokemon will stay on screen, even when your opponent sends out their other Pokemon. Not only this, but the glitched Pokemon will have its palette changed depending on what Pokemon is sent out, causing some incredibly weird colorations. There's a strange error in Pokemon X and Y that has to do with Sky Trainers. Something about these kind of battles glitched out the way that you can interact with these NPCs. So as soon as you finish fighting one of them, it's impossible to interact with them again afterwards unless you leave the area and come back. Otherwise, you cannot interact with them at all. In the 4th generation of Pokemon, during the story when you reach Conolave City, there's a mandatory battle with your rival Barry before you can cross the bridge. But there's something really strange going on behind the scenes with Barry's team here. You see, when you first fight him here, his Heracross has the ability Guts. But as soon as the fight is over, every single time we battle against Barry from here on out, his same Heracross completely switches abilities. From then on, he now has the ability Swarm for every single fight. It seems like this was just an error on the developer's part and not a glitch, but it's strange because Pokemon is pretty good at maintaining this kind of continuity, as there's not many issues like this throughout the series, at least that I'm aware of. In one of my past fact videos, I covered an interesting glitch in Black and White 2 that allowed you to surf on a random tile in the game. Well, Taffy in my Discord found an interesting oddity that does the exact opposite in Pokemon Black and White. You see, this tile right here is completely broken. For some reason, it's entirely impossible to initiate surfing from this one spot. Even though you can surf from every other tile in this area, for some reason this one just simply doesn't work. I actually have another weird error with the Eon ticket from Generation 3, and it has to do with some text related to the event. When you receive the ticket from Norman in Petalburg, Norman's text is just absolutely broken. It has tons of mistakes, and I'm sure text for events like this are most likely some of the last things that get put into the game, so that's probably the reason, but it's still pretty crazy how broken this sentence is. Generation 3 is a very special generation when it comes to shiny Pokemon. It is the one generation that has an entirely fixed shiny rate. In these games, there is not a single method to lower your shiny odds in any way. Generation 4 had Masuda method and Generation 2 had shiny breeding. But if you see some Sparkles rustle out of the grass in these games, that Pokemon is as rare as it gets. 1 out of 8,192. But is it? Yes, it is. For every Pokemon, except for one. A few videos back, I talked about Clefairy's theme song that plays during its dance under the moonlight in the Johto games, and how it was referenced in Pokemon Legends Arceus, and many of the other main series games. The remake of that cutscene in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver is by far my favorite though, and I stumbled upon something strange while looking deeper into it, that I had never even heard talked about before. So basically when Mount Moon Square hits 8 PM on a Monday night, there will be Clefairy gathered around this little pond, with the moon now shining brightly into it. When you walk up to them, they will dance around and then run away, leaving a moonstone behind. But there's a hidden mechanic that happens during this cutscene that puzzled me. After the Clefairy leave this pond, it's actually not the same that it used to be. The Clefairy's dancing here for some reason caused the Pokemon that spawn inside this water to change slightly.
When surfing, instead of 40% Magikarp and 60% Poliwag, it changes to 100% Poliwag. And when fishing with a Super Rod, the spawn rate of Magikarp is changed to spawn all the way to level 40, when previously during the daytime, the highest level Magikarp you could find here is level 20. The two weaker fishing rods would normally fish up 90 to 100% Magikarp, but when the Clefairies dance here, it changes to 90 to 100% Poliwag. Even though this doesn't have much of an effect on things, I still find it incredibly cool.
In Pokemon Diamond and Pearl and most Pokemon games, you can use walk-through walls cheats to access certain areas ahead of the time in the story, but Game Freak did actively try to halt any kind of progress like this. One failsafe can be found in Chronological City. If the player somehow finds a way to cheat themselves across the water of Route 218 without actually obtaining the HM Surf like normal, there will be trainers set up, battling in the overworld and blocking the way to the gate. And it's interesting that the NPCs are only able to be seen if you cheat, given that there's no way to actually get to this side early. In most games, the legendary theme that plays is the exact same in either version of the game. What I mean by this is whether you're fighting Groudon or Kyogre, the legendary theme that will play during the battle is the exact same. It's just a legendary encounter theme. But if you listen closely during the legendary theme for Zekrom, it has a fill section where you can hear raging electricity in the background. Take a listen and see if you can hear. In Reshiram's theme, however, during the same song and the same fill, instead of electricity, you hear raging fire. In Generation 3, during Wally's catching tutorial cutscene, if the Pokemon game is tampered with to somehow burn Wally's Zigzagoon, for some reason the burn status will not show up on Zigzagoon's health bar. There's actually quite a few interesting things that can happen with this cutscene due to its sequence-breaking nature. For example, not only can Wally's Ralts be shiny, which you've probably seen before, but so can his Zigzagoon, although neither will be shiny throughout the rest of the game when this cutscene ends. In Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, after you defeat the first gym leader, there's an encounter cutscene with Barry that you're forced to go through if you try to continue the story by heading back towards Jubilife City. But all he really does here is just bump into you and then leave. So whether this cutscene is actually important is debatable. The interesting thing, though, is that by healing at the Jubilife City Pokemon Center and then catching an Abra before you enter Sand Gym Town, if you manage to beat the first gym and then walk up to Route 207 and simply teleport back to Jubilife, you would actually skip this encounter entirely. The game will then continue on like normal, like nothing ever happened. In the very beginning of Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, you're thrown into a battle when you select your starter. Naturally, Game Freak wanted you to be able to win this first battle, so they added in some strange mechanics regarding the enemy AI, either a Poochyena in Ruby and Sapphire or a Zigzagoon in Emerald. The question is, whether or not it's possible to lose this battle. If you purposely use non-damaging moves until you're low health, the Zigzagoon will actually just flee from you. I had never seen this before until I tried it. What's weird is that because Pokemon can't usually flee unless you catch them in the Safari Zone, the way that Zigzagoon flees is kind of strange, because it will flee after you use your last move of the battle. I wanted to see if I could get a critical hit and lose this battle to see what actually happens. So I replayed the sequence about 20 times, and I was finally able to get a high roll tackle on me in perfect range for me to die. All the normal text saying that you whited out will still occur,
But as soon as you exit the battle, the cutscene with Professor Birch will just continue like normal, even though it said I whited out. I have a small detail I doubt anybody watching this has ever noticed about the way you encounter Ho-Oh in this game. Ho-Oh is considered by Pokemon lore to be the guardian of the skies. Rainbows are known to shine from its wings, and it's the classic mystical firebird creature, and that's why it's so cool. But the developers wanted you to feel this when you encountered this Pokemon. And as you ascended up Naval Rock to encounter Ho-Oh, you'll be greeted by a murky tower view. A slightly dim gray sky is peering down around you, until you encounter the legendary Ho-Oh, when the sky is turned into a much brighter, more inspiring fiery blue. But what truly shocked me is once you defeat Ho-Oh in battle, the entire sky stays this bright blue color. It permanently affects this area when it's encountered, and I've never seen any details like this in Pokemon before, and I think it's incredibly cool that it clears the sky, signifying its pure power to affect your game and the player so intentionally. If I were to ask you what generation the move Waterfall was introduced, what would you say? I think many would come to the answer of Generation 2, but I think it's slightly less known that the move Waterfall was actually present in the games since the moment Pokemon was released with Red and Blue. It's the same move with the same base power, just without the ability to climb waterfalls. You see, the reason this was so well hidden is because Waterfall in this game was not a TM or an HM, or in the game very much at all. It was only able to be learned by 2 Pokemon out of the entire 151 roster, them being Goldeen and Seaking. On top of this, they didn't even learn the move until level 39, making it even more inaccessible since most people don't have a Seaking on their Elite Four team. But this one was news to me, and I wonder if you guys already knew this. So one of my favorite motifs in early Pokemon is hiding world-building elements in the environments, leaving it up to the patience of the player to discover them. A great example of this is the hidden Wailord of Marine Tube in Black and White 2, that only appears for 2 hours out of the day, between 3 and 5 p.m. You'll even earn a medal for seeing this Wailord. But there's an even lesser known secret that you can find on Driftfield Drawbridge in Driftfield City. If you go to the Driftfield Drawbridge and just stand still and wait for a little while, you'll actually start to hear something. You can hear the sounds of planes and helicopters flying by. You can also hear the cry of Charizard. This is because the bridge is sometimes referred to as Charizard Bridge, so they snuck in a little nod towards that as well. So one of the most mysterious characters in Pokemon lore is N. He's found his way into tons of theories, partly because he's just a genuinely interesting, well-developed character, but N is also portrayed this way by Game Freak, using multiple very well-hidden mechanics to convey that feeling. The first is one you may have noticed during a casual playthrough. Anytime you talk with N in the story of Pokemon Black and White, his text is automatically set at the fastest level possible. Even if your text speed is set to low, his text will always be as fast as it can go, which conveys a feeling that he knows exactly what he wants to say and means it with every word. And you may not notice it at first, but it really does affect the way you think about this character. Not only this, but throughout the first Generation 5 games, there are points where you can receive some of N's Pokemon, such as his Zorua or his Darmanitan. And if you decide to actually use these Pokemon on your team, when you encounter N throughout the story, he will have lines of dialogue that only happen if those specific Pokemon are in your party. The amount of detail they put into these games and N as a character is actually unreal, and I doubt we have even found everything there is to uncover. I think most people are aware that certain abilities have other effects that aren't explicitly mentioned anywhere in the game. Magnet Pull boosts the spawn rate of steel types in the grass. Swarm boosts the sound of Pokemon cries that play in the overworld of Pokemon Emerald. Well, there's a lot of these that you're probably aware of, but in Generation 8, they discreetly added an effect to an entire type that I bet at least a decent amount of people never knew about. Ever since Sword and Shield, Ghost-type Pokemon gained the ability to always escape from battle. No matter what the speed of your Pokemon, or whether you're fighting an arena trap Diglett, you'll always be able to escape if you're using a Ghost type. And I would love to see Pokemon add more exclusive effects to different types. Let me know in the comments if you have any ideas of some. The Johto Safari Zone is extremely unique in many ways. Not only have we never seen any kind of wild encounters nearly as complicated or as stupid, but we've also never seen any of these kind of safari mechanics since. But there's something going on behind the scenes inside of the code of the game that I doubt you've ever heard before. If you're watching my channel, you probably know what IVs are, basically hidden values that boost certain stats of each Pokemon. Well, usually wild encounters in tall grass have completely random IVs between their 6 stats. But this is actually not true for any Pokemon caught inside of the Safari Zone. For some reason, the Pokemon that are caught inside of the Safari Zone have an increased chance of having at least one stat being a perfect 31 IV. This mechanic is incredibly well hidden. There isn't any single NPC that tells you this, or even any hints toward it that I'm aware of, entirely hidden in the background. And I'm only aware of this mechanic because I was told this by I'm a Blissey, a YouTuber who does some amazing content on RNG abuse, and you guys should definitely check him out.
Pokemon Yellow has a pretty unique twist on the formula because you don't have any options when it comes to starter Pokemon. You're forced to take Pikachu as your partner, while your rival is always given an Eevee. And well, with a Pokemon like Eevee being a starter, the question naturally arises of which evolution it will evolve into. And interestingly enough, it's decided in a pretty unique way. If after receiving Pikachu, you beat Blue at Professor Oak's lab, and then again at Route 22, his Eevee will evolve into a Jolteon. But if you lose the fight at Oak's lab and at Route 22, it will be a Vaporeon. And lastly, if you win just the first battle, he will have a Flareon. Sometimes hidden mechanics are hidden so well from the player that it makes it entirely impossible to even find them at all. In Pokemon Red and Blue, when interacting with the side of the TV on the ground floor of your house, it's greeted with the message, "Oops, wrong side." But in the remakes, Fire Red and Leaf Green, the TV is placed a little bit closer to the wall, making it impossible to interact with it from the side in those games. But if you're using a cheating device to access the side of the TV, unbelievably, it would still read the message of "Oops, wrong side," even though this TV was never intended to be encountered in this way.
It's become a tradition to have a fact about Diglett in every single episode of this series, and I love how Game Freak has had to change certain things just to accommodate for this strange little mysterious mole. But I bet you'd be intrigued to know that Game Freak has been building even more strange lore mechanics about Diglett since Generation 2. And this next fact I'm going to tell you is without a doubt my all-time favorite. Pokédex entries go very overlooked, but an entry from Pokemon Crystal gives us an insight about an extremely well-hidden mechanic entirely exclusive to Generation 2. Diglett's Pokédex entry goes as such. Its skin is very thin. If it is exposed to light, its blood heats up, causing it to grow weak. Obviously, Diglett's main hideout is Diglett Cave in the Kanto region, being the only place to catch Diglett in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. And according to the Pokédex entries from this era, Diglett much prefers the nighttime and colder weather. So to show this through the games, during the nighttime inside of Diglett Cave, they secretly boosted the spawn rate of Diglett and Dugtrio. How can you boost the spawn rate of a Pokemon if the cave only spawns 100% Digletts? Well, instead, they boosted the 100% Diglett spawn all the way to 400%, meaning it will take you 4 times less steps to get a Diglett encounter inside this cave at night, making it a task to walk through without a rappel when the sun goes down. They also added a 200% boost to the morning time as well, and that's not even all. As days turn into nights in Diglett Cave, the levels of the Diglett that spawn will boost to almost double the levels that spawn during the day. The levels swing all the way down to level 2 in the daytime and all the way up to level 34 at night. This is without a doubt one of the best hidden mechanics in the series, and I wish they still cared about adding these type of things that make the world feel really different in each location.
Pokemon Black and White are the only Pokemon games where you are forced to catch the legendary box art Pokemon. And when you arrive at the end of the story where you catch Zekrom or Reshiram, catching the legendary is a mandatory story beat. Even if you faint them or run away, they will just be standing there once you exit the battle. But there is actually one way to bypass this, and the only way to progress without catching them is to go beforehand and catch 720 Pokemon and fill all your boxes and your party, to where you have absolutely no space to carry the Pokemon at all. Then and only then will they be waiting in their alternate location for you to catch them at Dragon Spiral Tower after beating the game and facing a very hard disadvantaged fight. I just think it's interesting how Zekrom and Reshiram were never really supposed to be able to spawn in this location, and it was nothing more than a failsafe. But yet, the Pokemon in question is the one on the front of the box, an entire alternate ending for the legendary, hidden behind an incredible challenge. And a Reshiram or Zekrom with a met location of Dragon Spiral Tower has got to be one of the rarer legendaries that could exist. Generation 2 introduced some of the most loved mechanics in the Pokemon series to this day, with shiny Pokemon being one of the most important ideas to ever be put in a Pokemon game. Which, if you want to know why I say that, I made literally an entire video about it. It's up there. But there's an extremely weird mechanic with one thing that is slightly rarer than a shiny Pokemon: Pokérus. Pokérus, which I'm sure you're all aware of, will double your EV gain when your Pokemon have it. You see, to get Pokérus, all you have to do is run around in the grass over and over and over again. With a rate of 1 in 21,000 or something, it will take you quite a while. But in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, for a completely unknown reason, you cannot get Pokérus until you reach Goldenrod City. No matter how many battles you do or Pokemon you encounter, it will never activate the coding script to allow your Pokemon to get Pokérus until you arrive in Goldenrod City. And this could infer that this city is the origin of Pokérus. But that's just a theory. In Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, there's an interesting mechanic that only pertains to Shuckle. If a Shuckle you have in your party is holding a berry, every time you battle with it, as soon as the battle finishes, there will be a 1 out of 16 chance for the berry that Shuckle was holding to be turned into a berry juice afterwards. This is really strange because abilities didn't exist until Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, yet Shuckle never gained an ability that allows it to do this, so it's just a strange one-off mechanic that has been completely forgotten about for the last 20 years. In Generation 2, Pokemon Crystal, there's a mechanic tied to friendship that I have almost never seen talked about before. Pokemon Crystal first introduced the idea of saving a Pokemon's Met location, and to bring attention to the new feature, they snuck in a pretty well hidden mechanic. It's called the Met Location Friendship Boost. When you catch a Pokemon in this game, it will earn double the friendship if you train it on the exact same route that you caught it. The Met Location Friendship Boost does exist in games past Pokemon Crystal, but it was changed from a boost of ×2 all the way down to just 1 extra friendship point when you're training on that route. I think initially they thought that the Met location of a Pokemon was something trainers might care about a little bit more, and when it kind of fell by the wayside, so did the mechanic. In December of 2006, Pokemon Battle Revolution released. This game was the last installment of the Pokemon Battle Simulation style games that started with Pokemon Stadium. As per usual for a Pokemon game, it came with a strategy guide. These guides usually go pretty overlooked, but this one was a little bit different. Inside of the guide lied something rather strange. Everyone knows about shiny Pokemon, shiny legendaries, shiny mythicals, but what about a shiny trainer? According to the Battle Revolution guide, after beating the game and defeating certain Colosseums, it was possible to obtain 6 different Pokemon-themed costumes. A Groudon, a Kyogre, an Electivire, a Roserade, a Pachirisu, and a Lucario. After beating all the trainers and the Colosseum leader, who was wearing the costume, they would then give it to you to wear whenever you want. But what was really interesting was a picture that was attached to the bottom of the guide, hinting towards the possibility that these costumes could be shiny. Although no one had ever seen one in game before, occasionally people would post on forums asking how to obtain them, but because of this game's small audience, they didn't gain enough traction in order for a casual player to fully understand how it was possible to even find these. The only hint was to keep battling them, and so for 13 years, these shinies lay dormant, undiscovered, lost to time and obscurity. That was until November 4th, 2019, when a shiny costume was found for the first time in recorded Pokemon history. The description read, "Here is the long-awaited proof the internet has been lacking for years and to this day, in regards to the existence of the alternately colored versions for the Colosseum leaders' outfits/costumes in Pokemon Battle Revolution." A shiny hunter known as Shiny Falco left a detailed message about his journey and his discoveries searching for the shiny costume, but also presented was a devastating problem with his own find. The French guide to Battle Revolution gave him wrong information about how to actually keep this costume, due to a translation error that said the player must have already obtained the regular color Groudon costume, yet in the English guide it says the complete opposite. And after Falco's battle was over, the costume was gone. But with every journey of discovery comes another journey of preservation. The hunt was still on, and the torch was ready to be passed. 3 years later, a shiny hunter and friend of mine would unearth the second shiny Groudon costume in internet history, and this time with the triumphant information that allowed him to keep this costume for good.
Oh my god! 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 Oh my god!
The hunt took him over 8,000 encounters, and due to how slow each encounter is, having to beat every single trainer beforehand, this hunt ended up taking him 3 years. And after talking to him on Discord about it, he told me about how the video that Hunter Falco posted confirming its legitimacy motivated him to begin the hunt himself, and it wasn't until about 2 months ago when it finally paid off. Since then, one other shiny hunter has claimed the shiny Pachirisu costume, but the other 4 are still completely uncharted Pokemon territory. To me, these unfound shiny Pokemon represent the pure essence of Pokemon in itself. Mechanics and truth buried in subtle words and lightly hinted secrets. Every once in a while, a secret will spread and cause a worldwide hunt to uncover the truth. But sometimes a secret will fall into the depths of obscurity and remain tucked away in its own pocket of completely uncharted waters. But this is why I love this community, because we care about mechanics that have been thrown away and forgotten. It allows us to open the dialogue and truly unearth mysteries, and begin the never-ending quest to uncover every lost piece of Pokemon history, no matter how small or forgotten. So with that said, thank you genuinely for watching this and allowing obscure knowledge about the things we love to have a place to live and be remembered. Now I'm sure everyone has heard about the 1 out of 64 chance to see a hiker while you ride the cable car in Route 112 in Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. I covered this fact actually almost 2 years ago when I uploaded my first video about Pokemon facts. But I've always wondered if this is all that can appear. If they included this one circumstance, it seems likely that there could be more. I've had multiple comments saying that they've seen a Latios or Latias, which I sadly just don't believe, because there's no footage of it out there. But I finally found out that there is another thing that can appear on this mountain, and it is a Pokemon. In Emerald, there's a 1 out of 64 chance to see a Zigzagoon walking up the side of the mountain as you ride the cable car. But, due to a bug in the game's code, the Zigzagoon will never appear, so it went entirely unused. But we can still see what it looks like, thanks to this YouTube channel called Lactose. Funnily enough, this wasn't exclusive to Emerald. In Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, this should have been present in the games as well. Except, following the pattern that Emerald set by replacing Poochyenas with Zigzagoons, it would have originally been a Poochiena climbing the mountain in those games. In Pokemon Emerald, there's a lost animation in the game that hardly anyone has ever seen, because it was taken out of the code. YouTuber Flametix added in 1 frame of delay to the string of code that allowed the animation to be seen in-game, and I'm about to show you what it is. If you watch the little box where Caterpie's info is shown, you'll see the animation play out when he reaches level 7. Listen closely because the animation has audio as well. First, you'll see it level up to level 6 just normally. And then I have no clue what the purpose of this was. It's hard to say now that we're 20 years away from its creation, but it's even cooler to see something uncovered after all this time, and to see what could have been. One of my favorite creators on this website, Sonics, released a video displaying a rarely acknowledged cutscene in Pokemon Emerald that started my scavenger hunt for other cutscenes and hidden features that exist out there but have rarely been seen. When riding the SS Tidal boat in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, you can walk over to the window and press A to watch a cutscene of the boat that you're riding on from a bird's eye view. I had never seen this before, but what's even cooler is you can see the items that appear in the overworld as you pass by. And if you've picked them up already, then they won't appear. I think this might be one that a lot of people have missed, given that you have to take the chance of just pressing A on the window, but it's such a neat detail to add in. I heard about an extremely enticing hidden line of dialogue, which causes the gym leader Claire to outright accuse the player of cheating. I had only seen it occur in a Japanese game, and I had no idea the details of what she actually said. But after some tinkering, I figured it out, and here is how to do it. When getting the 8th gym badge in these games, after defeating Claire, she instructs you to get the Dragon Fang from the Dragon's Den just north of Blackthorn City. If you don't enter Dragon's Den, and instead use an alternate method to get a Dragon Fang into your game, by either trading a Pokemon to your game holding the Dragon Fang, or cheating one in, if you then attempt to speak to Claire, this will happen. Claire is actually supposed to give you the gym badge in this moment, but she won't because she suspects that you're cheating in your game. Even if you just traded one over, she will still do this. I was stunned when this happened. To have a gym leader deny you your gym badge is kind of insane, although it is pretty easy to rectify this by simply getting the actual Dragon Fang in your game from the real Dragon's Den. But I am curious if anyone watching this has ever even seen this before. In Pokemon, there's a recurring prestigious challenge of getting a golden trainer card. In Generation 3 specifically, to get the gold trainer card, you must complete the entire Hoenn Pokédex, then beat all 5 Master Rank contests, and defeat the 50-man challenge in the Battle Tower. I've never even done this myself, it's a pretty monumental task. But once you do this, there's a perk that isn't very talked about, that I think is really cool. When you first get the gold trainer card and visit a Poké Center, a cutscene will play, where Nurse Joy will see your gold trainer card and acknowledge it. After this, as a reward, you will be able to heal your Pokemon faster. Instead of a normal greeting, Nurse Joy will then ask if you want the usual, which takes away an A press from the entire cutscene, making it faster to heal overall. This reward is actually present in the later games too, in the exact same way, but I never really knew about this since I've never completed my game to that level. There are actually 2 hidden cutscenes in the Shady House in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon that I doubt you have ever seen. The first is if you sit in Guzma's chair after he leaves, a small cutscene will play where a grunt will come up and yell at you. Inside of the Shady House, if you go in and out of this one room, there's an extremely small chance that a Delibird will appear in the chimney. I have no idea what the odds are of this, but it seems like they're extremely low. There's also no information out there online about the exact chance of this happening, and I only found out about it through this YouTube channel. So I decided to try it out myself. I started by going in and out of this one room over and over again, and it took me a really long time to find anything. There really is not very much information about this online, so I tried to stand around and wait and see if it would appear, but nothing really happened. After a while though, I started to figure out what it was. I think it's a small animation of this Delibird that kind of repeats itself every few minutes, sort of like the Murkrow at the top of the roof, or the Grimer in the pool. There are things on the internet that say Delibird will give you a present ball, but I could not get it to do this in any way, even if I caught it while it was going up the chimney. There's just no way to get it to do anything, and I think it's just a Pokemon that's set on a little animation, and it's just up to random chance if you see it or not. But it's still really cool. There is an extremely rare version of this cutscene that is probably even rarer than a shiny Ralts, that almost no one has ever seen happen naturally. It is possible for Wally Zigzagoon to knock out the wild Ralts during the catching tutorial cutscene under extremely rare circumstances. According to Eevee Chickasaurus GL, the Zigzagoon that Wally throws out must have exactly 11 attack. Ralts must have a nature that lowers its defense and extremely low HP and defense IVs. If all of these factors occur, Zigzagoon will do exactly 17 damage in total, just enough to knock out the wild Ralts before Wally can throw a Pokeball to capture it. And afterward, Wally will still act as if he caught it, and the cutscene will continue like normal, even though he actually didn't catch anything at all. In the 7th generation of Pokemon, there's a very forgotten island called Executor Island. In a normal playthrough, you only visit this island a few times, since it's really small and seems kind of straightforward. But there's actually a hidden event cutscene here that a lot of people have probably missed. In order to get the cutscene to occur, you first have to do the small story that plays out on the island, where you hide under the rain in this small cave. After this is done, the cutscene can happen. It took me a while to figure out how this works, since I couldn't find much about it online. I had to translate a few Japanese Pokemon information sites. But I ended up just taking the boat back and forth to Executor Island, and then it finally happened. When you enter the island, suddenly the screen will go black like a cutscene is about to begin, and you'll see a group of executors all sunbathing, dancing around on the island. So here's how it works. If you leave Executor Island and come back during the early morning hours in real life, sometime before 9 AM, the hidden cutscene will play, where the executors are all sunbathing together, but you have to enter during this time. This isn't all though. The cutscene can also occur in the late night, before midnight, and they will all be moonbathing instead. This is pretty easy to do, but I think a lot of people just haven't visited this island very much and maybe haven't seen this occur. Let me know in the comments. Most players have only ever seen Arceus in their Platinum game via cheating, due to the Azure Flute event never being released to the public, making Arceus just incredibly difficult to encounter legitimately in any way. But there was a way. On November 7th, 2009, for 8 days, Arceus was available at Toys R Us stores around the United States. This Arceus event would release around the world as well, for a handful of days at a time. Instead of the Azure Flute, the player would be given Arceus at the Pokemart, just like a normal mystery gift. After receiving Arceus from the delivery man, if you go to Orberg Mine, there will be a new NPC waiting for you, who will give you the flame plate for Arceus. But there's a lot more to this. He reveals that there's writing on the flame plate, and that it belongs to the rightful bearer, Arceus. After telling you this, he leaves and then appears again in Conolave City, in the library. In a handful of text boxes, he explains almost the entire lore of the Sinnoh region. It is interesting to have it laid out in this way, the lake spirits, Dialga, Palkia, and the original one. After talking with him, he leaves behind a change in this library. This bookshelf, that in a normal game would only have a single line of text, is now full of lore, describing the Arceus plates in detail. Apparently all written by this NPC, who you could only meet by going to a Toys R Us in a 6-day span in 2009. The cutscene won't even play if you cheat in the Toys R Us Arceus into your game. You have to have this event triggered for him to even appear. And I'm curious how many people know of this cutscene, or attended this event in person, and got to see it for themselves. There's a detail that I don't think many people know about how the ending cutscene works in Generation 3. In between the shots of your character biking through Hoenn, there are flashes of Pokémon that pop up on the screen. But surprisingly, unlike many cutscenes, these Pokémon are not set and will not be the same every time. Not only are they randomly selected, but they are randomly pulled from your own Pokédex, or rather from the Pokémon that you own. With this knowledge, there is only one thing to do. My best friend and I used a walk through walls cheat and rare candies to reach the Elite Four with only a single Pokémon registered in our Pokédex, Mudkip. With our army of cheated Mudkips, we took down the Elite Four and joined the Hall of Fame, and got to sit back and watch the magic unfold. The legendary Mudkip only ending. The alternate ending to Emerald you never knew existed. Shout out to Kendo, who I saw do this first, and who did it legitimately. And if you're wondering why they're all shiny, it's because I wanted to see if they would show up shiny in the ending, but it doesn't, but that doesn't take away from the beauty of it all. The Heart Gold and Soul Silver Safari Zone is one of the most fascinating locations in the entire series. You can encounter countless Pokémon that were previously unavailable in wild grass at the time. And I'm going to show you how to completely ruin this place. By using an action replay or cheating device and turning on a walkthrough walls cheat and trying to pass the gate on the other side, there will be nothing there at all. But if you use the cheat while inside of the gate, you can pass by the guard. When you cross over, the grass here may seem the same, but it's when you find an encounter that you see the difference. It seems that Game Freak really didn't want you to cheat across, because they filled the entire back entrance Safari Zone entirely with Rattata. This is not a joke. Every single encounter will be a Rattata, all level 20. It is the only thing that spawns in all of this grass. The grass also doesn't operate like a normal Safari encounter. It's just treated like a standard wild encounter. Although Rattata itself is a boring Pokemon, I think this circumstance is actually pretty interesting, because there's no other patches of grass in the entire existence of Pokemon, to my knowledge, that is filled with nothing but level 20 Rattata. It seems that this was done with the intent of deterring you from cheating like this, although to somebody who likes to hunt out little secrets, it kind of did the opposite. In Pokemon Stadium, you could receive a reward gift Pokemon by registering all 151 Pokemon in the Hall of Fame. An incredibly difficult task. The reward for this is a Psyduck, but this Psyduck is actually very unique. It has the move Amnesia, a move that was entirely impossible for Psyduck to obtain any other way, and it remained that way for 20 years, until Generation 9, where it now learns it at level 34. But Amnesia is not the only unique thing about this Psyduck. She's also holding an item called the Gorgeous Box. I would show you a picture, but no pictures exist since the item is only existent in the Generation 2 games, before there were pictures of items in your bag. The Gorgeous Box is an item that is meant to correspond to just the Generation 2 games. By trading this Psyduck up to Gold and Silver and then taking the item off of Psyduck, the box can then be consumed and opened. When it's opened, it becomes a golden trophy to display in your actual room, in your house, in Newbark Town. A very cool little reward. In the first 5 generations of Pokemon, before switching to 3D models, every time a new generation was introduced, every single Pokemon would have a new rendition and sprite that matched the style of the new game. In Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, during the opening cutscene of the game,
There is a very strange oddity regarding this that is very easy to miss. At the end of the cutscene, there's a flash of each starter, and an animation of their type surrounding them. And if you have a keen eye, you may have already seen what I'm talking about. Cyndaquil has an entirely different sprite than it has in-game. As you can see, the sprite in-game is a completely different rendition. This might not seem too odd, but this doesn't really happen, and a Pokemon having an alternate official sprite for this generation is pretty weird. And I think Cyndaquil is the only Pokemon in the entire game to have this. But this isn't the only sprite oddity in the history of the series. When creating the remasters for Generation 1, what we know as Fire Red and Leaf Green, they redid every single Kanto sprite from the previous game at the time, which was Pokemon Emerald. But for some strange reason, after changing every Kanto Pokemon sprite, they decided to change just one sprite art for one single additional Pokemon outside of the Kanto region. That Pokemon being Teddiursa. Teddiursa doesn't even spawn anywhere within the entire game of Fire Red and Leaf Green. The only way to get one would have been to go through the Altering Cave event. The Altering Cave event was an experimental way of Pokemon event distribution. They added a cave that you could get to after beating the game in both Emerald and Fire Red and Leaf Green, but the cave would only spawn Zubats. The idea being that after you received a distribution at an event, one of 8 Pokemon would switch out Zubat's spot as the 100% encounterable Pokemon, Teddiursa being one of those. But sadly, the event was never released, so the Teddiursa sprite oddity just remains a strange forgotten relic and a cave full of what could have been. Additionally, you may have noticed Shuckle was also on this list. Shuckle in Fire Red Leaf Green was programmed to always hold a berry juice, a very notoriously elusive item. But seeing as the event was never officially used, you cannot encounter Shuckle at all, making the berry juice item also completely unobtainable in these games. I'm going to show you a little quirked up glitch in Fire Red and Leaf Green. To show you, we have to first obtain a Pokemon while inside of Celadon City. I decided to just buy an Abra from the game corner, but you could also get the gift Eevee here, or hatch an egg while inside of the town. Anything works as long as you can get the met location of the Pokemon to be Celadon City. Take your newly obtained Pokemon and walk inside of the Celadon department store. Then check its summary again. You'll see the met location will have strangely changed from Celadon City to Celadon department store. Pretty strange. Even stranger though, as soon as you walk out, the met location will then change back to Celadon City. I wanted to see if it was possible to get a Pokemon to keep the met location tag of Celadon department store, so I hatched an egg while inside of the store, and sure enough, it had the department store text in its summary. But as soon as I walked out, it changed to normal Celadon City. A strange little anomaly for sure. It's interesting when a detail or feature about a Pokemon game is tucked away so deep that it's left to the brute determination of the player to dig it up. And I'm curious if anyone watching this has played enough of Pokemon Platinum to see this detail with their own eyes. Once you complete the game and have access to the resort house, you can start buying furniture for the place. As you buy certain things, certain characters will then appear and come to your house. By buying the right things, you can eventually get Cynthia to appear at your resort house. There's not much to get from this aside from a few extra lines of dialogue and a little cutscene. But by buying the most expensive item, the piano, for 146,000 Pokédollars, Cynthia will then come and sit by it. But the coolest part is that I believe this piano is canonically supposed to be the one playing her encounter theme, because when you walk up and interact with it, this happens.
In Gen 3, there are a group of NPCs called the Old Guys. You may remember these funky looking dudes in your game, but you may not. That's because which old guy you got depended on your trainer ID. There were 5 different guys you could have in your game. Each guy had a different color sprite and had an entirely different function. The guy you got depended on the number your trainer ID ended with. If your trainer ID ends in 6 or 7, you'd get a guy called the Storyteller, who would appear and tell you things about your game, like how many times you've saved, or how many times you caught a Pokemon with a fishing rod. But there's actually a much more interesting guy, called the Bard. He would sing a set of phrases for you, like actually sing them out in a weird robotic Game Boy voice. Listen. There's a small quirk with this though. Of all the words you could select for the Bard to sing, there was one that he could not. And that was the word Celebi. You could choose a whole array of words, including every single Pokemon, except for one. Now, I doubt anyone watching this has ever seen or heard this before, because the Pokemon that the Bard can sing are only ones that you have had registered in your Pokedex. So, you would have had to obtain a Celebi in your Generation 3 game, which was only possible through events. If you were fortunate enough to attend one of these events and have a Celebi registered in your dex, you would then have to be lucky enough to have an ID ending in 0 or 1, placing the Bard in your game. Then and only then would you be able to see this small oversight that the Bard, for some reason, cannot sing this word. And here is what that would have looked like. I heard a rumor that it was possible to lose the initial battle after you select your starter in Diamond and Pearl, and that something really crazy happens when you do. The problem was I had only ever seen this done in a Japanese game, and as you probably know, Game Freak tends to fix tons of glitches between the Japanese and international releases of the Pokemon games. I figured it was likely that this was fixed, but I'll tell you right now, it is in the game. But it is not easy. The first step to doing this is to save right before you enter Lake Verity, because as soon as you enter this area, your starter is determined, and we need a very specific Pokemon to make this work. We need a Chimchar with a slightly lower HP stat than normal. 19 HP is as low as it can get at this level. It also either needs to have very low defense IVs or a defense lowering nature. Once you've found your Chimchar, it is a whole nother game of chance after this. You must use every single Growl PP you have until the Starly has tackled you to the perfect HP. You see, just like in Generation 3, they tried to stop you from losing this initial battle, and you may have seen this before. They have your wild opponent flee from you when your health gets too low. In this case, as soon as your health reaches the red, the wild Starly flees, and that's what makes this very difficult. This happened to me so many times, but if the stars align and your hasty nature 19 HP Chimchar lands on exactly 4 HP, one single health point away from being in the red, then begins another game of chance. In Pokemon, there's a small chance that a move's power will fluctuate in damage, higher or lower. We need Starly to tackle us and hit a very high roll, while our Chimchar has exactly 4 HP. This took me hours. I was even speeding up my game in some parts. The chances of this actually happening are incredibly low, but the result
Holy shit. I finally got it. And my game is frozen. Like, there's nothing I can do. This took me hours. This took me hours of the most boring battle of all time. But it's real. It's real. I literally can't do anything. That's it, just black screen. I'm gonna wait a little longer. I can't hear anything, there's no audio either. Well, there you have it. If your Chimchar dies, it vanishes into the void. Thanks for watching.
There are multiple locations in Pokemon games that seem like they should give you a Pokemon encounter, but actually won't. One example of this is the first tile of a cave in Generation 3. No Pokemon can spawn in the initial tile you land on once you step inside of a cave, and this is true for multiple other gens as well. A more interesting one is the 4 tiles surrounding the fossils in the Gen 1 games, with no encounters appearing in this whole square, even after you pick up the fossils that were laying here and complete that little event. In Pokemon Emerald, in Meteor Falls, the very first bridge that you see when you enter this cave cannot wield any encounters either. In Generation 5, there's another encounter detail like this I bet you haven't noticed either. A single tile of grass cannot wield an encounter at all in this game. It takes at least 2 grassy tiles to spawn a Pokemon. As you can see, I went into this patch well over 100 times and didn't get a single encounter. I believe this was implemented to help you grind for shaking grass encounters, even in small tight areas like this. There are many instances in Pokemon where the developers like to use the game's audio to their advantage. Here's a few examples of this. In Diamond and Pearl, your Pokemon's cry isn't always the same during battle. It's actually slightly pitched down when they have a status effect or are fainted. Here is all the audio compared. In Generation 2, the day and night battle themes are different by just barely, again with a very slight pitch change, almost unnoticeable, but it's there. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, you may have noticed this title screen here changes while you progress through the story. After you beat the Elite Four and clearing the game's story, the Pokeball and book are gone from the desk and the window is open. But there's much more here actually. When you start your game, the audio of the title screen is students talking in sounds from the school atmosphere. Once you complete the game though, the audio completely changes to the triumphant classic Pokemon theme. But the neat detail here is, if before you beat the game, you turn your sound effects volume to 0, but keep your music volume at maximum, turn your Switch volume all the way up, close your game, and reopen to the title screen, after a few seconds, you'll hear a muffled version of the classic theme that plays once you beat the game. It's actually the full, entire theme. It just sounds as if you're hearing it from the other room or something. Another small detail you can notice very early on in the game in Scarlet and Violet has to do with the new emote system. There's an emote where you stick out your Pokeball, kind of classic trainer style, and the Pokeball that you stick out will always be the Pokemon that you have in the first slot in your party. For example, I have a shiny Dunsparce and a Heal Ball, and it looks like this.
But what if you use this emote before you've obtained any Pokeballs at all? Surprisingly, they thought of this, and the ball you hold out won't be a normal Pokeball. It will be a strange ball. A Pokeball introduced recently that acts as a sort of placeholder Pokeball. For example, Hisuian Pokemon are in these. This might happen because it's trying to read a Pokeball and it doesn't read anything and it just defaults to a strange ball, but I think it's still pretty cool. If you have animations turned on in Pokemon Crystal, and if a Pokemon of yours is leveled to the point of evolution, but is also fainted in your party, the evolution will still happen, but during the animation for it, your Pokemon's cry won't play, and the animation that would occur also won't happen. It will just be completely still. Here it is side by side. I actually love this detail. It's a funny image, having your Pokemon evolving while laying dead in your arms. In Generation 1, if you're playing with battle animations turned off, you can see a small detail when you reach the end of the game. When you're going through the Elite Four, everything will be normal, but when it's time to fight your champion, you'll notice that it forces your battle animations back on, a sneaky little detail to add some dramatic effect. In Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, there are various references to the history of the Kanto games, but also to the original anime set in Kanto. One detail you've probably never noticed is if you walk into Brock's gym and go all the way to the end, you can get a camera angle where you can see part of the ceiling, where you can see these objects hanging down. These are actually a reference to the anime. They're sprinklers, which is a callback to how Ash originally defeated Brock in the Indigo League anime, by triggering the sprinkler system in Brock's gym. Everyone knows about the hidden weather effect of the diamond dust that appears on certain days in Snowpoint City in Generation 4, and tons of other games in the series. It's basically common knowledge in the Pokemon community at this point, but did you know there are tons of hidden weather changes throughout the Sinnoh games, some of which I bet you have never seen before. For example, Route 213 alone has 2 different weather effects. 10 specific days out of a calendar year, it rains throughout the entirety of Route 213, something I never saw until recently. 11 days out of the year through Route 213, it has a much subtler weather effect. On these days, Route 213 will be slightly cloudy, basically a satin tint that covers the entire route. It's easier to notice side by side than it is on its own. That's why you probably have never noticed this. And it has no in-battle effects like rain does, but it is there. Route 216 has 3 different weather conditions. Most of the time it's hailing. 9 days out of the year though, like November 22nd for example, it is covered by an intense blizzard throughout the whole route. But on January 12th alone, the route is covered instead by a very light snow. Although the hail effect is still there in battle, and doesn't go away even on the very light snow day. North of there at the Acuity Lakefront, there is 2 different weather conditions. 9 days out of the year, its heavy snow and hail will be replaced by a very light snow as well. Interestingly though, one of those 9 days lines up to be on the same day that it's also lightly snowing on Route 216. The southern part of Route 212 is usually covered in a heavy rain, but it isn't always like this. 10 specific days out of the year, the route is showered in an intense thunderstorm. But the most interesting thing about this route is that one day out of the entire year, there is no rain at all. It's not entirely clear. The weather is actually classified as cloudy, the same weather effect that occurs on no other routes besides 11 days out of the year on Route 213. The one single cloudy day appears on April 30th on Platinum and May 1st in Diamond and Pearl. I'm going to tack on a small detail about weather here that I always thought was a detail, but I only recently found out when researching weather in these games that it's actually a glitch. In Diamond and Pearl, when it's raining and you use the move Thunder, you might be aware that your accuracy changes from 70 to completely bypassing accuracy checks and being guaranteed a hit. But I bet you didn't know that in these games, Thunder can hit through Protect. When your opponent uses Protect, you have a 30% chance to break right through it with Thunder while it's raining. And the same goes for Blizzard and Hail. Although this was changed in Platinum, so it turns out it was really a glitch. It's time to talk about Golden Go. This Pokemon is pretty cool actually. Given just how rare it is, I doubt too many people have messed around with it very much in game to see one interesting quirk with its ability. Good as Gold. Good as Gold is a crazy ability that makes Golden Go immune to status moves. But what's weird is how many moves are actually considered status moves by the game. The weirdest instance of this I have seen is with Ditto. If you encounter a Ditto in the wild and it attempts to transform into your Golden Go, the Good as Gold ability will block Transform. I've never thought of Transform as a status move, but I guess it is. Also, side note, while I was getting footage for this, I found a random shiny. Tiny detail, but I love this one. In Pokemon Stadium 2, if you go to the options menu and just don't do anything and wait for a while, a Xatu will show up and dance around the screen. Generation 2 were the first games to introduce the idea of berries growing in your game. A berry tree would grow a berry once per day at midnight in these games. When Generation 3 rolled around, they decided to make this mechanic much more complex, going from a planted seed to a sapling to a fully grown berry plant. These stages would take a long amount of time in between though, counting off real-life hours in between each stage. If you were a dedicated berry gardener in these games, it would probably look a lot like checking your berries, waiting a few hours, watering them again, and so on. But a detail is that these berries have an animation that is incredibly hard to witness. When a berry goes in between stages of growth, taking hours in between them, when it changes to the next stage, it actually happens in real time and has its own animation. And this is what it looks like. You would either have to stay there and wait an incredibly long time to witness this, or come across a plot of berries at the perfect time to see this happen. But the fact is not in here. I ended up looking into this a lot more, and found out that this feature of the berries sparkling and growing in real time is actually present in many other games. Ever since Pokemon Emerald, this has actually been a staple in the series. In Heart Gold Soul Silver, this can happen to apricorn trees. It's actually a lot easier to do in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. You just wait till 12 o'clock at night, and then boom. And it's actually a thing in Pokemon Diamond Pearl Platinum as well. Berries are on the same kind of timer system that they are in Generation 3, and if you simply wait till they're about to grow, the sparkling animation will happen in real time. Leave a comment if you've ever seen this in your own game. I'm curious of how many people knew about this. Recently, I introduced a new email that you can submit Pokemon facts to. It's blueboyphinfacts@gmail.com. If you have an obscure fact, if you like the series, or if you've heard a rumor you want me to investigate, or have a small detail like this video, feel free to send it there. I asked my viewers to send me the most obscure, interesting Pokemon facts that they have found. I got hundreds of responses. Tons of them were really interesting, obscure pieces of Pokemon information that had been scattered throughout the years, throughout all the different games. From Pokemon sprites that I had literally never seen, to lost media that seems almost unbelievable, to extremely obscure different orders of events in Gen 3, all discovered and shown to me by you guys, and I hope you enjoy. This one is one of the coolest things you can find these days in old Pokemon games. Theoretically, it is an altered version of a normal scripted event,
in Pokemon. It takes place back in Pokemon Emerald, and has to do again with Steven Stone. There are only a few events that take place inside of Steven Stone's house in Mossdeep City. The first is a scripted cutscene where he gives you the HM dive to go take on Team Aqua in Magma. The second takes place after the game, once you've beaten the Elite Four, where you can then find a written note from Steven in his house. He's not there, but a Pokeball is resting right on the table, containing the infamous Gift Beldum. This Gift Beldum is interesting in its own way, but it's actually not the star. Here is where it gets incredibly interesting though. Because this is Gen 3, we can do some trickery and change the outcome of these events, and uncover a strange failsafe that was programmed into the game that I bet barely anybody has seen. If we rewind back to when we first obtained Dive from Steven, right when you step in it triggers this cutscene, but if we actually do not enter his house at all, and instead go to the Pokemon Center and trade over a Pokemon that has already learned the move Dive, we can skip the entire need to obtain Dive at this point in the story. Steven is in his house waiting for that cutscene to start, but if we go on and beat the entire rest of the game, like I did, Steven should be waiting for us at the Elite Four. He shouldn't be in his house. So it poses a question. Do we get Dive at all? How do we get it? Well, let's find out. I beat the rest of the game, and I skipped over all of it on here. This is me entering the Hall of Fame, and now we can see how they thought of this and actually worked around it. Because when we enter Steven's house, incredibly, we see two Pokeballs now sitting on the table. One containing Beldum and the other containing Dive. If we read the note on the table, the text has been changed, but ever so slightly, to also include the gift from Steven of the last HM that you need, Dive. The only change is this single line of text here. This one is actually insane to me. It's pretty cool how they thought of this, and you can see this slightly altered version of this event.
A very underused and not well-known feature of Generation 4 is the dual slot mode encounter method. Game Freak decided to utilize the DS's 2 game slots by changing the Pokemon that spawn in wild grass if you have a Game Boy game inserted into the console. While you're playing through Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum, once you beat the game, it gains you access to some really interesting encounters, like Zangoose on Route 208, or Pineco on Route 204, Solrock and Lunatone in Lake Verity if you have Ruby or Sapphire specifically in the DS. But something strange occurs in Lake Verity when plugging in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Instead of giving a new encounter from a different game, the new encounter that spawns doesn't really match the theme of these dual slot mode encounters. An extremely low-leveled Bibarel and Staravia appear at a 4% rate. There isn't any other route where things like this happen, and it seems like a weird programming error rather than an intentional decision. Of course, these wild Pokemon can be shiny as well, and with that 4% encounter rate, they make for an extremely rare, one-off strange encounter, and probably one of the rarest shiny Pokemon that you could find like this.
This fact is really neat. It has to do with a collection of 3 Pokemon sprites that you have probably never seen before. Most forward-facing sprites can be seen in the wild or in Pokemon battles, but there are 3 sprites in red and blue that not a single trainer has in the entirety of these games, and are also not available in the wild throughout any patch of grass either. Those Pokemon are Clefable, Poliwrath, and Golem. If these sprites seem unfamiliar, that makes sense, because the only way to see these sprites was either by peeking at the summary screen of this Pokemon or during a link cable battle. Otherwise, they went entirely unused. So they remain a relic of the original 151 sprites that are just slightly off, slightly unrecognizable. Some of my favorite facts are small but so fun to uncover. In between Black and White and Black and White 2, they changed around the design of Village Bridge. If you notice this bottom corner here, they changed the food truck to a tennis court, but there's still a remnant of the food truck here, still in the code. If we navigate over to this exact area, you can see that there should be a sign for the food truck right on this tile. If we line ourselves up with it and press A, you can see that we can still read this sign that was taken out, exactly as it was in the originals. They just forgot to delete the data for the sign text itself. An interesting phenomena in early Pokemon games are hidden screens that you can access during the title sequences. Everybody knows about the B select code to reset your save file, but have you ever seen the hidden screen by pressing select and B on a Fire Red and Leaf Green cartridge? You can access a feature that allows you to connect a link cable to Ruby and Sapphire to fix the infamous berry glitch. But my viewer Peter sent me one that seems to be even more obscure. By pressing X and Y and down on the title screen of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, you can access a mic test screen with a Jigglypuff on it. I had literally never seen this.
Something really interesting I never knew was sent to me recently that has to do with the move Nature Power. Nature Power is a sort of gimmick move that changes depending on the terrain that you're in. For example, on a more sandy, rocky area, on multiple occasions, Nature Power becomes the move Earthquake. In water, sometimes it becomes the move Hydro Pump. But what's actually interesting is a sort of hidden version of this move you can see in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. During the Delta episode in the post-game, you end up fighting Deoxys in space. Looking back on this, it's actually really cool, but what's even cooler is that they changed Nature Power to adapt for this one instance. And when used, it turns into the super powerful move Draco Meteor, which is just insane. I feel like the chance of a person actually using Nature Power during the Deoxys battle is so low, so the fact that they thought of this is really neat.
My viewer Bailey sent me an extremely fascinating piece of Pokemon Lost media that I had never heard before. An entire animated feature that was even shown in theaters that now seems to be entirely lost. The short was called Pokemon 4D, Pikachu's Ocean Adventure, and Bailey described it as a 4D movie theater only experience featuring Pikachu, Meowth, Latios going on a treasure hunt underwater. It was supposed to have 3D effects as well as 4D effects, assumingly such as spraying water at the audience or shaking the seats during certain portions of the short. But after the release of this movie, it was never found afterwards. It was never released by the Pokemon Company, it was never released online on a torrent site or something. It literally does not seem to exist. If anyone has ever seen this or heard of it, we might be able to get a good idea of what happened, or maybe even uncover the original short itself. It makes sense that maybe it didn't transfer as well to 2D screens, but to this day, it remains completely lost media, which is pretty strange for an official movie to never be found after its release in theaters.
In Generation 3, there are a few timelines you can follow through the games that act as little side quests. Ones that I bet you have never noticed unless you have played every single inch of these Generation 3 games. Let me show you what I mean. Our journey starts off with finding a specific trainer in Ruby and Sapphire, who is extremely well hidden. So well hidden, there's a chance you never even knew about her. She's right here. This is Psychic Jacqueline. The only thing to take note of at this point in time is her Pokemon, Abra, because that is key to her small story. Although she is gone in Emerald, her story picks back up in Fire Red and Leaf Green, where she can be found again at the very end of the game on the Sevi Islands. She was apparently teleporting and went to the wrong place and got stuck on this island. What's even better is that you can see it was definitely her, but given the time gap, her party has grown, she has more Pokemon, and her original Abra has evolved. Little small stories like this are super neat to find. Thank you, Zone, for sending me this one. I still have so many more facts submitted by you guys that I have to cover, so if you guys enjoyed this video, let me know. Thank you for watching.
When you reach the end of the game in Black and White 2, the coolest, most iconic scene plays, where Ghetsis summons Kyurem and attempts to attack our player directly. Before being stopped by N, this is where the oddity comes in. Before Ghetsis summons Kyurem, he is standing there waiting for you in this cave. Here we unlock a sort of behind-the-scenes secret about this cutscene and kind of how it works. If you walk into this room, but before initiating the cutscene, you instead walk through the wall and veer off the exit to the right. You'll step into a deep abyss, but if you take a few more steps, you'll be able to see Kyurem waiting out of bounds. This is where it gets summoned from when Ghetsis slams his staff. After he does that, Kyurem disappears from this little corner. I wish you could interact with it, that would be really cool, and it would make for a crazy shiny hunt. But sadly you can't. But it's crazy to see a legendary out of bounds like this nonetheless. If you recall, N and Zekrom also appear during this cutscene from the sky, which makes me think somewhere on this map they're hiding here as well, although I could not find them. There are 3 things to uncover in the National Park in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This pond here in the center is a very interesting case. It's actually quite rare in terms of design in Pokemon games. Though it seems like it could simply be a purely cosmetic decoration, it actually has some mechanics built into it. If we turn on walk-through walls for one single tile and move ourselves into the fountain, or on the little outer part, what shocked me is that they fully programmed the water, and you can actually surf on it. You can move all around the fountain and even fish inside of it, although nothing spawns here sadly, so nothing will bite. But once you hop off onto the corner, you'll find yourself stuck on this rim until you fly away. Taking a look at the treescape around National Park, we can uncover some secrets here as well. By pushing through the walls, we can find a hidden area, a place where all the NPCs who are active for the bug catching contest are kind of stored in a little purgatory, just waiting here until they're ready to be used for the game. It's interesting, all their dialogue is fully intact and they're completely functional. It's super weird that they're just standing here while you walk around National Park normally, but you would just never see them. Back inside of National Park, I was made aware of probably the most interesting hidden thing here that I know of by one of my viewers. They worked on the decompilation team of the Heart Gold and Soul Silver games and discovered hidden warps inside this park that may hint towards an earlier design of the reimagined Johto region taking place in the northwest corner here. Where these trees are, right above the flowers, there are warps that are completely hidden that lead to an unused gate. The warps themselves are impossible to use unless they're manually turned on inside the code. Although there's no information about where the gate was going to lead to, there is one hint that we have that all but confirms it: the music. The music playing is the music for the Pokeathlon, meaning at one point in the development, the Pokeathlon would have been connected to the National Park in this northwest corner by walking right through this gate. But it seemed to be scrapped and moved to Goldenrod City, and all that remains is this obscure gate that players have been walking past unknowingly for years. There are 2 more unused warps that can be found in Black and White 2 that are way off the beaten path. The first is off Route 21. You might remember during the story of these games, you board the Plasma Frigate, that giant ship, off the coast of the Seaside Cave. But it seems like the Frigate wasn't always planned to be in this location. On Route 21, if you push through the walls here, you can get your character up on this ledge that is normally inaccessible. Then, if you step onto this exact tile right here, it will warp you to the Plasma Frigate, making it seem like the ship was originally planned to dock here instead, but they just forgot to take out the warping point during development. The other hidden unused warp in Black and White 2 is during the final Plasma event in this room here. There is a warp hidden off to the left of the map out of bounds.
If we use walk through walls again and go through until you hit a wall, then go up a few more tiles, you will be warped to the other side of this electric fence. What's weird is that this seems to be a not normal version of this room, given that when you talk to anyone, they have no dialogue. Even if you've already taken down the electric fences, they will still appear when you warp here. But when you walk out and reset the room, they will all be gone. It's pretty strange. There's one more interesting thing hiding out of bounds in Black and White 2 that I found. When you reach Chargestone Cave, there's a small moment you may have forgotten. Right as you're about to cross this bridge, you are stopped and you simply see a few lines of text. But no one is there once you walk over. Though it was never quite confirmed, if you know these games, you probably know exactly who it is who said this line. But if before activating this event, we turn on the walk through walls cheat again and walk over to the right, without triggering the text, you can see, waiting just out of screen, it is N, confirming that N is the one who says this. This is the only other presence he has in the main story besides at the very end. You can't speak to or interact with him, but I love that they actually put his sprite here, even though you would never know it. This last fact is a little different than the rest of the ones on this list, but due to the nature of it and the pure mystery surrounding it, I think it strangely fits here. It is something that likely no one watching this has ever seen before. If you're the kind of player who talks to every NPC and fully explores a city in a Pokémon game, chances are you still won't even remember this extremely unremarkable NPC hiding alone in a house in the bottom of Cerulean City, holding only a single line of dialogue, watching his TV. Even if you beat the game and speak to him again, he will only respond with this single line of text. You might think at first that he is just a filler NPC, but you'd be very wrong. He is waiting, watching, for you the player to fulfill a very specific task in order to unlock the many pieces of dialogue he has locked away. But with time, that method has fallen far into obscurity. There is almost nothing about it online, and no legitimate way to hear him utter his many secret words. But it all begins with a hint. The only indicator and clue to tell the player that this NPC has any relevance at all is the TV he's watching. Rewinding back in time to the creation of Fire Red and Leaf Green, Sosuke Tamada was tasked with programming a feature into these games. The feature was simply called News. Back in the day, you would receive a mystery gift or an event Pokemon. You would also sometimes receive a Wonder Card, a small letter detailing the event you took part of. It wasn't a physical item in the game though, it was something you could view on the title screen in the mystery gifts section. The news that Tamada worked on was supposed to be a sort of variation on this. It was experimental and obviously didn't catch on. The idea was to distribute news related to Pokemon through this Wonder Card-like feature, almost like sending the player a virtual letter. And until recently, we had no idea what these even looked like. Luckily, a fantastic YouTuber in Japan whose video I will link below began investigating this and was able to find one of the original letters, and was also able to confirm with other people that this was indeed a real thing. So here's the problem though, the Game Boy Advance could not connect to the internet, so you had to use the mystery gift feature to physically receive one of these letters or the news in order to do this. And in order to do this, you had to go to a Pokemon Center, specifically the DX location in Tokyo, which I just went to a few days ago actually. Assumedly, there would be a station where they were sending out this news to players. The one news text we have is basically just an ad for the Pokemon Deoxys movie. But here's where the old man comes back in. Only after receiving the news in Tokyo could the old man finally speak. Sadly, the text is obviously all in Japanese, but as you can see, the old man has tons of things to say. I know he's talking about the news, and he even gives you tons of small items. I think they're just berries. He has lots of varying lines of dialogue that seem to change under different circumstances, and gives you little berries multiple different times. But I was not satisfied with this. The English release of Fire Red and Leaf Green came out around 3 months after the Destiny Deoxys movie. If they were still sending out news for the movie, and if someone with an English copy of Fire Red came to Japan and used the machine to receive the news, it would likely be one of the very few, if the only, English cartridge that has unlocked the text from this old newsman. But I'll never find that, and I would not be satisfied enough putting this out until I changed this man's dialogue. So I hatched a plan. I got my hands on the debug developer tools version of Fire Red and Leaf Green, and combed through all the possible commands. After teleporting around the map for a while, I came across a folder, signed by none other than Tamada himself. Inside was 3 commands: News 1, News 2, and Delete News. After applying News 1, I talked to the old man, but nothing changed. I figured maybe you have to beat the game first, so I put the command to clear the game and then activated News again, and sure enough, his dialogue changed. But strangely, it seems to be the text he would say after you've already talked about the news. There is still so much to solve here, but that's where I've left off. Maybe there was another event in the US that used this news feature, but it's extremely hard to find information about it online, and I've never seen any other English text from this old man and his TV. All that's left to do is to go check your Fire Red copy and see if this old man has anything to say to you. Black and White 2 introduced 2 moves exclusive to the fusion forms of Kyurem, Zekrom, and Reshiram. These moves are Freeze Shock and Ice Burn. Although these moves made their debut in Black and White 2, technically speaking, this isn't actually true. Because these games could communicate and trade with the original Black and White, and you could theoretically trade a Pokemon containing these moves into Black and White, that means that these moves existed since the release of Gen 5, but were just entirely hidden. If we take a Pokemon that knows these moves and attempt to use them in the original Black and White, we can see something very interesting. It seems that because they weren't planned to ever be in this game, they were still working on finalizing their animations, given that they are slightly different than how they look in the final Black and White 2. When we take a look at them side by side, you can definitely tell a difference. I think this is a cool instance where a pretty interesting thing was just out of reach, and I bet very few players have ever actually seen the original animations for these pretty classic moves. Back in the day, it was normal for a Pokemon game to release in Japan at least a year before it ever came to the US. Many kids in the late and early 2000s grew up with the game Pokémon Stadium and Pokémon Stadium 2. But in Japan, the history of Pokémon Stadium is vastly different. You see, there is not actually 2, but 3 Pokémon Stadium games in Japan. That's right, they have an extra entry in this series that never saw a release in America at all. In Japan, Pokémon Stadium 2 is technically Pokémon Stadium 3, and Pokémon Stadium is Pokémon Stadium 2. The missing game has gained the fan name of Pokémon Stadium 0. The game came out on August 1st of 1998, which was exactly 1 month before the North American debut of Pokémon Red and Blue. The fact that this game came out before anyone in the West even knew what Pokemon was is probably why it's so incredibly obscure. Pokemon Stadium 0 had an extremely limited roster of Pokemon, only allowing you to choose from a pool of 42, leaving out a lot of unevolved and middle evolution Pokemon. The way the actual game functioned itself was also kind of different. In order to do anything other than battle, you had to have a Game Boy game saved at the Pokemon Center and connected via the transfer pack to even play at all. Apparently they did plan to add the rest of the Pokemon with an expansion through the 64DD, but due to delays, they released Pokemon Stadium 2 instead, or what we know as Pokemon Stadium 1.
Let's see. One Stadium 2, which is Pokemon Stadium 1, and then Pocket Monster Stadium Gold and Silver, which is Pokemon Stadium 2. So 3 games.
But now it's kind of just a weird mark on Pokemon's release history that has been pretty forgotten about. An interesting oddity can be seen in Heart Gold and Soul Silver in Cherry Grove City. When you return to this early game town with Surf, you can access this small patch of water technically on Route 30. But if you walk up to Route 30 and surf to the south, you can see the location tag rolls over to Cherry Grove City. This might seem normal, but it's when we encounter a Pokemon when we see an oddity here. In the top half of this pond, we can encounter Poliwag and Poliwhirl, but when we surf to the south end and find a Pokemon, the encounter is rolled as if you are in the ocean west of Cherry Grove. A strange case where two different tile sets of Pokemon occur in the same body of water. This is not a very popular occurrence in the game. This is a quick one, but it's really funny. We all probably know about the Friday Drifloon in Valley Windworks. It's a little Drifloon who appears in the overworld on Fridays in the Sinnoh games. It's a small encounter and has no story significance, although it kind of does. If you're playing through the story of Diamond and Pearl and reach the summit of Mount Coronet, where the climax of the story occurs, you might remember a scene where the sky is covered in these colors and it flashes to scenes of the map, including the Valley Windworks. If you complete the story on Friday with the Drifloon spawned, it's possible to see the Drifloon floating there just for a second when the camera flashes to it during this cutscene. It's so short, but to me this is really cool. What's better is that this is even possible in the remakes as well, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, in full, short, high definition. One of my favorite Pokemon facts to find is when Pokemon things are hidden in other streams of media, like the hidden Pikachu in Osmosis Jones. But recently, I stumbled upon something neat in the 2011 game Catherine. The game isn't affiliated with Pokemon in any way really to my knowledge, so it would come to a surprise that there is an unused music track in the files that bears striking resemblance to the Diamond and Pearl battle theme, and is thought to be a rendition of it, although not present in normal gameplay. Take a listen. If you are someone who has spent many hours playing Black and White 2, you may know that shiny sparkles are not the only kind of sparkle effect you can have on a Pokemon. There are actually 3 different shiny-like effects you can have in this game. One, of course, is shiny Pokemon. The second one is the star animation you can receive by beating a Pokestar Studios movie and getting the strange ending. The star looks like this. You've probably seen this. But there's one more that can affect a Pokemon. In order to achieve this final sparkle, you need to have first beaten Pokemon Black and White completely. Then once you start Black and White 2, you need to activate the Memory Link feature. After this, N's Pokemon that he used throughout the story of Black and White will appear in the wild at a 1% rate throughout the map of Black and White 2. When you encounter one, it will have a special sparkle that looks like this. But here's the thing. Let's say you have a shiny Pokemon, and you use this shiny in Pokestar Studios and get the strange ending, giving your Pokemon the star animation. The star animation will actually replace your Pokemon's shiny sparkles forever. You will now have a shiny that doesn't sparkle like normal. But the question is, where do N's Pokemon fit into all of this? If we hack the game to make this Pokemon, N's wild Pokemon, a shiny, will N's sparkles play or the shinies? Let's find out. After testing this, I think we found probably the coolest solution. Interestingly, the shiny sparkles and N sparkles will play over each other. It looks super cool in game, and I've never really seen this before. It's a shame that N's Pokemon can't be shiny, otherwise this would be really cool to have in game legitimately. One of my favorite areas of obscure Pokemon trivia is the fact that sometimes 2 Pokemon will be linked together by purely their design and their canon lore. I'll give you an example for what I mean. We all know Zangoose and Seviper, 2 Pokemon pitted against each other, but even less people know Miltank and Tauros, with their same base stat total, spawning on the same routes, being based on the same real-life animal. But one you may have really missed is Trubbish and Minccino. Minccino's motif is that it uses its tail as a broom and mops and loves to clean things. It prefers cleaner habitats and is obsessively tidying its area, according to the Pokédex. Which seems like a one-off comment, like the Pokédex usually does, until you realize that that totally makes sense when you look at the spawn rates of Minccino. Minccino of course spawns next to the recycling plant in Sun and Moon, and in its home game, you can see that its spawns almost completely overlap with Trubbish, the trash Pokemon, who according to its Pokédex entry, prefers unsanitary places, implying wherever Trubbish goes, Minccino will follow and be there to clean and tidy up the area. I just think this is a cute detail that not many people know about, and I love when Pokemon does this.
I stumbled across a Japanese article about game design with a few critical team members at Game Freak attending, where they went in depth about a mechanic that I frankly had no idea existed in Scarlet and Violet, called the Meow system. It all started when a programmer, Kitamura, decided to head to the mountains and nearby zoos to study how animals made sounds throughout the day and night. They found that at night, many medium-sized mammals don't make any sounds at all. Instead, all you can hear at night are bugs. As implied, they took the time to implement this truth into the game. The interview provided some behind-the-scenes photos where you can see this feature in use. As the morning comes, you'll hear more birds, but this isn't even the extent of it. During their tests, they also noted the way birds talk in real life with one another, and developed a system in tandem with the Meow system that causes one bird Pokemon to respond with a call when another Pokemon is affected by the Meow system and calls, like a call and response. They also talk about how they gave every single Pokemon a secret type, if you would call it that relates to when, if, and how they cry. Crazy.
Some shiny Pokemon are so rare, so elusive, that they are practically no longer even possible to find. Today I'm going to break open the case of a long-lost shiny Arceus. In 2015, to coincide with the movie, the Pokemon Company hosted a distribution event for Arceus that lasted about 3 months. This event was exclusive to Japan, and the only way to receive an Arceus was to pre-order a ticket to the upcoming movie. Once your ticket was pre-ordered, you would receive a code you could redeem for one single Arceus. The Arceus you received was entirely random. There were 20 different versions you could get. 19 of them were simply Arceus holding one of the random element plates, and sometimes a silk scarf. But during this event, there was a special 20th form, a shiny Arceus, holding the silk scarf. You could tell this Arceus apart from its original trainer, which was Dahara City, the setting of the Pokemon movie it was an advertisement for. Unlike many other events, you could redeem as many codes as you wanted through this, and receive an Arceus, although you'd have to pre-order a ticket every single time, so it wasn't cheap. Those who were lucky enough to hit that 1 out of 20 chance are now owners of an impossible to obtain shiny. Once the event was over by mid-August, even if you found a code, the codes would no longer work. The event for the Dahara City Arceus would later pop up again in Japan and Taiwan at the end of the year in early December. But strangely, the shiny Arceus was removed from the event entirely. So if you happen to buy a Japanese cartridge and stumble upon a golden Arceus from Dahara City, you have found a rare relic of a shiny Pokemon that has been entirely lost to time, and is probably one of very few.
Everyone knows Pokemon has always been inspired by real places. Unova is New York, Alola is Hawaii. But before Pokemon was a franchise to tour around the world, it was all about to end with a final region. In 1998, Gold and Silver brought to life the heart of Japan. But unlike other games, this region was an exact replica. Osaka is Goldenrod, Kyoto is Ecruteak, Olivine City is Kobe, Violet City is Nara, all lining up geologically perfect. And I think most people know this. But over a year ago, I started to research every town, route, and city, and each connecting piece, and the entire region began to unravel into a web of obscure truths that had been buried in these games
20 years ago, and my view of what these games were really about began to shift. The NPCs in Goldenrod speak in the Osaka dialect of Japanese. There are real whirlpools exactly where they're placed in the game. Every notable location in Johto is a notable monument that exists in real life. The radio tower in Goldenrod is the Sutenkaku. The Bellsprout Tower is an allegory for the oldest standing wooden temple in the world, the Todaiji. It makes sense now why you can hear wood creaking in the tower. They even got these things. Nara and Kyoto have a law where stores can't use bright colors to maintain the beauty of old-style buildings, which is why both Violet City and Ecruteak are the only ones to have muted red Pokemon centers. But how deep did this really go? Sure, it's a shot-for-shot perfect copy of this real region in Japan, but even the Pokemon themselves relate to real animals that live in these areas. And the places those Pokemon appear on the map line up perfectly with real life. Nara and Kyoto have thousands of free-roaming deer. Stantler only spawns on Route 36 and 37, the one chunk of grass that lies between them. It's the only Pokemon that spawns here at all times of the day at a fixed 30%. The Pokemon themselves are far less fantastical than any other region in the history of the franchise. Heracross is the Japanese rhinoceros beetle, Spinarak is the Japanese Joro spider. They all fit into life the way they do in the games. But slowly, I started to realize that there was a much deeper layer here. A narrative that I was starting to uncover. A message that was trying to be told, shrouded by fantasy. Johto is one of the last games to still have unsolved questions. People have always been asking for more. But what I found is that the missing pieces actually lie in reality. And the only way to find these answers was to go where it all began and solve it myself. Because if everything is practically real, then what the hell is unknown? I've been playing Pokemon since I was a little kid. I've walked the ruins of Alph over and over, slid old stone puzzles together, caught Unknown, and that's about it. It's easy for this place to seem like nothing but a dead end. Just an endless mystery. Nothing but old cryptic writings that give more questions than answers. Ruins of the past. Puzzles, secret rooms, and strange Pokemon. It almost doesn't make sense. What if this place was real? What if there really were more questions than answers? What if the puzzle pieces aren't all put together? What if it really was unknown? The place we know as the ruins of Alph was inspired by Asuka, a tiny village 40 minutes south of Nara, or Violet City. It's a place where the mystery of the past is living in tandem with the present. Throughout Asuka, hundreds of ancient tombs are hidden underground. In between gardens and houses lie stone structures that look identical to the ones in the ruins of Alph, that are to this day not understood. The tombs are over 1,500 years old, yet still standing, and no one on Earth knows anything, who is buried here or why. Their very existence is truly unknown. Throughout Asuka, there are stone monoliths that have been standing still for so long, no one knows what they were ever for. All they know is that some of them fit together like a puzzle. Though they will likely never move again, Moss grows over, and kids climb on top. And the only way for these ancient puzzle pieces to come together is through story and imagination. These pieces are stuck in time, built before Japan's own known history, more than 1,500 years ago. They've been forgotten many times over, stuck still for so long that legends came of them and left. They remind me of sliding the stone puzzle squares into place, unlocking some secret fantasy stone chamber where you fall into a hole in a mysterious room. Pokémon is just another iteration of these legends, a story built from something mysterious that will never be answered otherwise. Most of the tombs, like the game, are empty now, but there have been discoveries here that have influenced these games in far more ways than you might think. There are two that are regarded as national treasures by Japan. This is the Takamasuzaka. This tomb was first discovered in 1972, and it was the first tomb with vividly colored paintings to ever be discovered in the history of Japan. When it was found, it was all over the news as the people of Asuka gathered around and climbed in to see origins of the past. On the walls were paintings of multiple figures: Genbu, the black tortoise, and 3 other animals that were shrouded due to its age: a tiger, a dragon, and the resemblance of a bird. Shortly after it was laid eyes on, it was sealed off to the public. These are what inspired the paintings and the puzzles in the ruins of Alf. In 2005, they found the paintings had molded over and started to deteriorate since its discovery. A difficult decision was made by Japan to completely remove the giant stone panels and bring them to a research center for them to painfully reconstruct into their original state. In tandem with this, new dialogue was added in the remakes of Gold and Silver to an NPC in the ruins of Alf, who says we are reconstructing ancient stone panels, and we think we can put them back together to how they were. The Takamasuzaka was immediately a staple in Japan historic discoveries. However, it was only 10 years later that another discovery like it would be found. The most notorious tomb in all of Asuka, and possibly Japan, the Kitora Tumulus. First discovered in 1950 by a local resident who stumbled upon it during road construction and spread word about its existence. Immediately after, it was declared a national treasure by Japan. But due to the technological restraints at the time, the tomb was left untouched for 30 years, until 1983, when enough advancements in cameras had been made that it was possible to see inside. A group of researchers used an oddly thin, long camera called a fiberscope to learn about the contents that had laid underground for over 1,500 years. Once inside, they found paintings on the walls. The second discovery in the history of Japan to recognize a vividly painted mural. Although similar to the Takamasuzaka, this one was far more special because it was in nearly perfect condition. Inside laid 4 mythical creatures, and the oldest precisely drawn constellation map to ever be discovered in Japan. These 4 creatures are known as the 4 symbols of Chinese astrology, and among them lied the last one that was missing from the Takamasuzaka, the vermilion bird, Suzaku. Ho-Oh, the mystical firebird, said to be the ruler of the legendaries, and to promise eternal happiness to whoever laid eyes on it. Only referred to as legend in Gold and Silver, until you encounter it. He was originally intended to be the only mascot of Pokémon Gold and Silver. Many people know about Ho-Oh's connection to the ancient Chinese mythological bird Fenhong, as it literally translates in Japanese as Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh adorns the top of temples in Kyoto in golden form, clearly inspiring the Pokémon and its shiny form. But it also has a strong connection to the vermilion firebird, Suzaku,
portrayed on the walls in the ancient tombs of Asuka. Not only is Ho-Oh painted on the stone in the ruins of Alph, but Ho-Oh is required to be brought here to enter into certain chambers. The mysterious transmission, the only Pokegear channel that plays in the ruins of Alph, was created by using portions of Ho-Oh's cry. Ho-Oh specifically is connected deeply to this place, and Suzaku is a symbol of Asuka, and has more ties with Ho-Oh the Pokemon than we thought. Like Ho-Oh, Suzaku is often a symbol of rebirth and regeneration. But Suzaku is also associated closely with the sun and possesses the ability to control fire. And Suzaku, like Fenhong, is said to have wings that resemble the rainbow. Never before had Japan discovered an ancient painting of Suzaku like this. The importance of Suzaku to Japan as a whole is key to understanding Ho-Oh's connection to the ruins of Alph. Inside of the Kitora tomb, waiting with Suzaku and the divine beasts, lied a constellation on the ceiling, the oldest scientific star map to ever be discovered. Knowing that Ho-Oh has ties to this depiction of the constellations started to reveal much more about these games than we had ever thought. But it all became clear to us when we entered into a replica of the Kitora tomb and heard the words of someone who knew a lot more about this than we ever could.
The sun. Whoa. Gold and silver? No way! Wow! What? That's so cool! Dude.
Gold and silver, above and below, the sky and the sea, the sun and the moon. Ho-Oh is the golden sun, and Lugia is the silver moon, inspired directly from the ancient constellation that originally pictured them together 1,500 years ago. The oldest and most culturally important of its kind. This is why the games are called Gold and Silver. This connection is why Ho-Oh and Lugia both carry the flying type, and are always pictured mirroring each other in all of their art, even in some of their moves. And Generation 2 were the very first games to introduce day and night. But if you've played these games, then you're probably aware that we're missing a piece here. The Kimono Girls played a vital part in the story of Johto, and they also reside in the tombs of Asuka. When the first tomb with murals was discovered, the Takamasuzaka, the painting that drew the most attention was the depiction of empresses in ancient Japan, known as the Ladies of Asuka. The Ladies of Asuka were 5 people who played critical roles in this time period of Japan's history and the spread of Buddhism, and they were portrayed in gold and silver through the Kimono Girls. The depictions of the Ladies of Asuka in the past and now all show them representing a different color, which is why each Kimono Girl carries an evolution and are always portrayed wearing distinct different colors. There are 5 Kimono Girls and 5 Ladies of Asuka. Throughout the games of Gold and Silver, there is a theme in the story and a general feeling of playing this game like the past and present are existing together. That things of old and new are happening around you at the same time. It says in the Japanese Pokemon Wiki that the Kimono Girls are descendants of an ancient clan that worshipped Ho-Oh and Lugia. This use of the word clan seems strange, but it's actually very intentional. There is one other time a clan is mentioned throughout the games of Gold and Silver, in the secret rooms of the ruins of Alph. There are words written in unknown on the floor that mention that they are the clan that erected Pokemon statues outside. 1,500 years ago in Asuka, there were two real clans in an intense conflict with each other. The Soga clan, pushing for Buddhism, eventually won. During this time period, the ladies of Asuka had a vital impact on the creation of Japan as a nation. The clans referred to on the Ruins of Alph lore and the clan that the Kimono girls descended from are the same. If this is true, the time periods would line up perfect with real life. The 5 Kimono girls are the descendants of the 5 ladies of Asuka. The ruins of Alph are full of stone chambers, ancient ruins of a past civilization, where all that remains are structures built with giant stone blocks, statues, paintings on rock of Pokémon that are no more than legend now, weathered and cracked, in need of being assembled, and an unknown language written on the walls, messages from a long-forgotten clan. The scientists tell us the ruins are 1,500 years old, and that there simply isn't much to know about them, aside from the feeling you get when you're inside. The only other Pokemon that spawns in the ruins of Alph, aside from Unknown, is Natu and Smeargle. Zatu's Pokedex entry says he stands still, witnessing the past and present at the same time. You as the player truly are witnessing both the past and present simultaneously as well. It makes perfect sense why they placed Natu here, and nowhere else on the entire map. Smeargle is the painter Pokemon. With a paintbrush on its tail, he's the artist, and a metaphor to the ancient paintings that the place that inspired the ruins of Alph is most prolific for. Every single detail in the ruins of Alph has a meaning, even down to the items you can obtain there. Nothing was left a dead end. Old amber can be found by smashing rocks outside of the tombs. Simultaneously, in Asuka, while excavating the tombs, they dug through dirt and rocks, uncovering ancient artifacts, one of them being pieces of amber. On this journey to Asuka, I had dreams of stumbling onto an ancient tomb, falling underneath and entering into ancient ruins, old stone traditions of the past. I had no idea how real this game really was.
What? Yo! What the fuck? Dude!
Whoa. Pass me that.
Yeah, it's going. Holy shit, dude, I'm like scared.
But the biggest mystery of the ruins of Alph is, of course, the unknown. Why would Game Freak add 28 variations of a weak Pokemon that hardly anyone ever has in their party or even bothers catching? You can't use this Pokemon in the Elite Four. You'd probably struggle to even beat a gym. This is because there is an entire different point this Pokemon is trying to prove. It's questioning the way you play this game by design. The entire Ruins of Alph is one of the bigger locations in the game. It was a risky move to fill up their game with so many questions. If you encountered this Pokemon as a kid, you probably remember being confused. Even now, people tend to not really get this Pokemon. And if you view this Pokemon through the lens of a made-up world, a fantasy, it doesn't make sense. But if you view it through the lens of a grounded world, no different to ours, the meaning and overwhelming importance of this Pokemon becomes clear. There has always been a search for what inspired the design of Unknown. Many people think it's hieroglyphs, but with everything we know about Johto, it all comes from Japan's own history.
The biggest design inspiration for this Pokemon could likely be from what are known as ancient keyhole-shaped graves, only visible from the sky, built 2,000 years ago in the 3rd century. Hundreds of megalithic tombs resembling keyholes are forever preserved in Japan. They are some of the largest tombs to ever be discovered, and their design is still not fully understood. And it's hard to deny they visually resemble Unknown, but after weeks of searching for Unknown's real meaning, we have come to an entirely different conclusion of what the point of this Pokemon really was. 5 minutes from the train station, through a neighborhood, lies a hill that overlooks Asuka. Underneath this hill is the secret that inspired this strange Pokemon. A tomb built in the 7th century. You can tell from the outside that this is one of the leading designs of the ruins of Alph. We know this from Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and if you walk inside with your back to the wall and a camera pointed straight forward, you can see the exact frame for the entrance screen to the ruins of Alph. This is the Iwayama Tumulus. Out of all the tombs, the Iwayama bears the most resemblance to the games. Built with large rectangle stone blocks, you can feel the energy around you as you enter. Something is here. Something here lives on from the past. Marked on these stones is what can only be described as unknown markings. Each block is touched with a character of some sort. When you first see it, it seems random, but it's almost moving. Some people believe it's naturally occurring, but other people believe the markings mean something. Wyatt and I spent hours here in the dark, looking at every single block, attempting to decipher an unsolvable code, as people had probably done here for hundreds of years. When you look closer, you can see characters that stand out and strike a strong shape, and likely were the idea for Unknown themselves. Each one different, each one with or without meaning, all bearing energy that gives you that feeling as a human that there really are things in life that are a mystery. The most fascinating part of this place is that it truly is unknown. No one on Earth knows what these mean, or why this place was built. This language, these markings, this place, this art, whatever it is lost so far in the past, so far into obscurity, that its purpose, story, and creator are completely and utterly unknown. A person I met wandering through Asuka, training to become a tour guide, took me here and described these markings as energy markings. And that stood out to me, because what's left with us is the energy. Whatever someone made over 1,000 years ago still radiates a feeling when you are inside. And when you step out and the sun hits your face, it becomes clear why the Pokemon Unknown had to exist. The story of this place needs to be told. Art takes from life as it has for so long. That feeling of exploration and wonder is alive around you just as it was when you were a child playing these games. Chasing that feeling, chasing the mystery. There's a reason why this game resonated with so many people. It's because it's real. When you're a kid and you play this game, it's just a fantasy where you catch monsters. But eventually we all grow up. This game has been around for 20 years. There are real human intentions that brought this into existence. Gold and Silver is profound. The entire story of this game is the reimagining of folk tales and history. Pokemon is presented as a fantasy, but it has always been ancient history.
All things that are put into this world come from somewhere. This game was a work of art, and we never noticed. As we marched through the woods, hunting for a tomb in the middle of nowhere, covered in bug bites and thorns, I felt a sense of freedom I hadn't felt since I was a kid. And I had a realization that maybe the people who made this game wanted this. They wanted somebody to find this. They wanted someone to come to these places and feel what they felt here. Why else would someone work so hard to eternalize a place and its feeling? They wanted people to dig up the history and the meaning, and they wanted someone to find all of it was just as they were told as a child, and all of it was as interesting and magical as the fantasy game they love. So the next time you walk through the ruins of Alf, you can breathe a sigh of relief that this mystery will never be solved, because that is the point. Life itself is a mystery, and you don't have to stare it dead in the face to know that it always has been. It's been right in front of us. It's been there the whole time. Unknown is simply the unknown.
Yeah. What do you think, Jeremy?
Whoa. Wait, is that yours? Original?
Yeah.
Whoa.